Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wapoville. Yeah, we still got a little bit of Armada Monday left here. I think I might actually move our little golem right here. We don't necessarily need him. He's also taking up a little bit of space, so we're just gonna move him down here a little bit. There we go. Actually, that's not far enough. We'll do that. There we go. Last week we did this ship right here. This week we're going to do this ship right here. And this is basically like a fleet recovery type ship. So, and you can see a little bit different with the landing bays and all that. Yeah, we'll do this guy here. Well, and there's still going to be some places where we can do the Aztecing and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, we're going to paint our base just like we did with the other one. Now, oh, look at this. Here's a This was I was thinking of maybe doing this one here, but we'll save this for next week. So we're good to roll for next week. This is the atomic carrier right here. Sorry about that. Let's see. Oh, and also look at this armored wolf. So this is the well, we can zoom in here. Let's zoom in. So this is the figure for Wednesday right here. This is Kathy as her Mel. Was that the halfling rogue right there? This is what it would look like just as a regular miniature right there. So this is what we'll paint up on Wednesday. Special stream, special time, all that good stuff. And I wonder. Oh, and of course, here was our fabulous Lord of the Rings gummy bears right there. We'll get pictures of those as soon as possible. You know, I'm gonna roll with this thing right here. So Armored Wolf, I wasn't even sure if you would still be like upright after all that craziness with Ursa. I mean, how much in the end? How much of the stuff showed up? 20%, 40, hopefully 100, but it was probably more like 60, maybe 50. I don't know. I hope that again, at least the majority of it showed up. We've already done a ship that's kind of similar like to this one here. It is definitely not the fleet recovery ship, though. That I know. Now I'm going to have to do the glove thing here because as we learned the hard way, the hot glue, for whatever reason, just does not hold on the resin. Well, maybe this is not quite as heavy of a ship either, but you know, no sense in tempting fate. So let me do this like so. And that's gonna have some blue in it probably. You know, some of our sky blue. Now I'm gonna just get me a little bit of the thinner in here. That's perfect timing. Yeah, that's just fabulous, right? That is that's totally perfect timing. I mean, it's super helpful. It's super helpful to have stuff for the convention after the convention ends. Now, that Armored Wolf, I'm not sure what is more. If it had showed up like a week from now or something like that, but for it to show up literally the day after the convention is, that's a no funny type thing right there. Yeah, that is a no funny at all. But somebody thinks it is. That's somebody being, I guess, the universe, right? I mean, it's kind of the old sports thing, right? Would you rather lose by 1 point at the last second, or would you rather just lose by 18 or 21 or 31 or something like that and just go, nah, whatever. Just chalk it up, go get it tomorrow. That one just wasn't going to go our way anyway. So sorry about that, Armored Wolf. I know that that there'd been months and months and months of work to go into that, but that's pretty much how it rolls. Well, at least for us. Maybe other folks different, but for us, we know how those things roll. Yeah, we'll do the usual thing with the glazy stuff on here. I'm almost tempted. No, no, no. We'll do it when we get this thing glued on there. I was almost tempted to play around with doing a little bit of glazy stuff here first to give it more time to set, but it's like, nah, don't do that. Hey there, Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle, hopefully you got the notice for the new video after all the craziness with the last one. Actually, I think I've made a few discoveries with that whole image to STL.com thing. I don't know. We really won't know for sure until I actually start, printing out all of these. Oh, and by the way, Grand Oracle, here's the figure for Wednesday. That's the Kathy figure there. All right, let's get down to the business here. Oh, wait. Generally, more paint gets on the figure when the end with the bristles touches the figure. Again, that's a pro tip that you usually don't get on other channels, only on this one. So Grand Oracle, as I was desperately trying to make more of those flats, for whatever reason, GPT says, oh, hey, do you want like a movie poster of this or a magazine layout? And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? And then I said, well, okay, fine, let's play along. And I just realized, Grand Oracle, that actually, well, I saw that it does not do a terrible job of making things like magazine layouts and movie posters of all different kinds, more realistic types, more film noir. See what I did there? And then I thought, well, what if we had a newspaper called the Wappeville Times, which was basically things from the Book of Wapple, other discoveries that we make on stream. They're like breaking news, like all the flats, right? So breaking news in Wappeville. And then the other thing would be, oh, I don't know, some movie posters for the Silly Marillion, because reasons. So yeah, that could be very interesting. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's all. I'm just wondering, maybe we dive into that, because it gets pretty down into the weeds there, Grand Oracle. When it comes to even down to how you want your text to play out and everything. I never thought of doing that. Grand Oracle, for whatever reason, it doesn't send it in the messages or the DMs anymore. It sends it in the email. I don't know what's going on, Grand Oracle. I know Landris is like, oh, it's just a temporary Patreon thing, and they'll fix it. No, I think this is a permanent situation. So that's very unfortunate right there. But yeah, basically what we're gonna have to do is send it to each person individually, all 230. Yeah. So that'll be very efficient on time, for sure. That's just fantastic. I don't know what I'm not doing anything different. It's the same thing I've been doing since 2013 or 2014 or 16, whenever the heck we started the Patreon page. At least 8 years, maybe closer to 10. And now they're just like, nah, we shouldn't have that work anymore. Whoops. You don't go up there. Do I? Okay, good. I have some green stuff ready. So yeah, it will. I'm just gonna have to send out a general message like, look in your. Unless you want to put a comment on there, just saying, look, it's in your email. Look there, because that's what Landress was saying, I think. So yeah, I don't know if I'll bother sending. I'll send that message, but I'll probably say, look to your whatever your email, not the DM. That could be a security thing, Grand Oracle. I don't know, which is weird. I have no idea. I tried to do some research and it yielded nothing. So yeah, no help there, of course, because why would that happen? Now we're going to get some of this more opaque yellowish orange up here. And now we gotta start doing that our limey green here. Let's do the green. Actually, the latest, that other one that I was showing, that is up on the YouTube channel. It is also out there on the Instagrams, the still images with that new backdrop. So yeah, the new photo backdrop is it's in use. It is in use. Now we're just gonna again start doing some of our green here. And I would kind of prefer to be able to use this on those holders, but there were last time when I had to do this, there was actually some advantages to. It's certainly a little bit easier to angle this where it needs to be, so you can see it. By the way, this is a resin print, and again, that's why I think maybe there's a little less adhesion. I'm not sure why that would be the case versus our FDM stuff. I still haven't printed anything in FDM in weeks and weeks because, well, pretty sure I just have to clean that LiDAR sensor first. That might be able to happen after the stream, not sure. Now again, the special Kathy stream, that's going to have to happen. So just so you know, Grand Oracle, that could be starting as early as 9:30 my time. That's kind of the target. If I could even get that to 9:15 my time, so it's going to be kind of early your time. Well, not. It's going to be insanely early your time comparatively, right? So not trying to exclude all of our West Coast and Euro friends, but again for Kathy's friend, they did kind of ask, hey, could it maybe not be quite so late? So we'll do that. We'll do that. So Grand Oracle, for whatever reason, Patreon has decided to not send the link with there's not maybe not even send the DMs or whatever, because there is a link in the DM, but I guess you're not getting the DM. So I don't know what's going on at Patreon. It's being all crazy, and it looks like this is a permanent thing because again, it's done it the last 2 times I've tried to send stuff. So it's going to be in your email. Because I think Landress was saying that he did get all the stuff that I sent. He got it. Just one of them was in the email, not in the DM. So I don't know if that's a I don't know if that's a security thing or whatever. Nice to see you there, Camda. So yeah, Camda, I sent out the latest link, but unfortunately, it's like it's just never going to work again. I guess the way it has for years and years. So look in your email. Camda, it should be there. It's just not going to be in the DM, but at least according to Landrest, it should be in the at least in the email. So look there, and well, hopefully it's there. Otherwise, that'll be even more mischievous. Now, do I want to use you? Nah, we'll use maybe this guy. Camden, why don't you wait a little bit before you post anything in the chat there? Just let some more folks roll in. And you can see, look at that, all kinds of wet blending going on there. I do believe that I was able to successfully print out a couple of, well, 3 flats. After the stream, I'm going to try and knock out 4 more. It would seem that the what the heck is it? The height maps do make a difference. In the video, you'll see. I think it was especially on the Aragorn file. It seemed to make a difference. Now, the thing is, for whatever reason, GPT is becoming less and less and less cooperative when it comes to making the height maps. It's basically just makes STL files that, of course, are no good. That, of course, you can't even download 2/3 of the time, or maybe like 80% of the time. And of course, Camda, like always, it used to be just fine. It was one of the easiest parts of the process, right? Was just making the height maps. Not so much anymore, but that image to STL.com thing, that's still holding steady. That has actually proved to be pretty reliable. Much to my surprise, it's just a junky free website, and it actually does quite a bit. Hey there, Recoil. So Recoil, again, we're all pulling for Mom there. Everybody just gonna say best wishes to Mom, just in case Mom might be watching the stream here. So great to see you there, Recoil. So Recoil, I think I was telling you I went like 24 or something, because I had been doing like 11 or 12 Recoil, and it seemed when I typed in 24 and I brought it into Chitubox, it didn't seem like I had to make it like 3,000% bigger. I don't know if there was any difference in how it looked as far as maybe the quality of it, but that seemed to make a difference in that. So, yeah, instead, what I've been doing before, again, it was like, 10, 11, 12 inches wide, whatever. Now I'm going more like 24. I might go with 30. I'm going to make it even bigger. If that's going to work, I mean, well, why not? Because making the files smaller in Chitubox would probably be helpful. Actually, Armored Wolf, now I'm using like the very, very, very old version of Chitubox on a different computer. I mean, I'm talking like one that I've been using for years now. I wasn't sure if you've noticed any sort of repairs or improvements. It says Hack and Slash wants to collaborate, stream together. I'm not going to do that because I don't know how that would work. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that would work. That because we maybe have a lot of questions or something like that, and what I don't want to do is like, hey, so you got to be quiet so I can answer this question. That's one of the reasons. Well, that is the primary reason why I haven't been doing the dual streams. Because I don't want to, I don't want to kind of step on nobody, so to speak. That's no bueno right there. You don't want to be doing that. I've never seen. Have you ever seen that in any other streams there, Camda? I have never seen that before. So I washed all these brushes before or after the last time I used them with their little hobbitses, but apparently I didn't. I don't know. I thought I did. Guess not. Whatever. They're the cheap old crap brushes, right? We'll just bring out some more. In fact, we got them right here. Where the heck are they hiding? Ah, there they are. Look at that. We'll just chuck some of these out here. Actually, Camda, wasn't this the brand of oil paint you showed me there? This Meeden or Needen or Whedon or whatever it is? I could swear that name looks a little bit familiar there. Now, we shall move on to a lighter orange here. More of the white. Also, probably a little more thinner. We're going to have to get more of that yellow out there because I just nuked all of the yellow doing this. Is what it is. So yeah, Camda, look in your email for the video link. So I'm going to have to just send people a message because, again, otherwise the only way I can get everybody to see it the way we've done it all this time is to literally send it individual by individual, all 230 or so. That is not really what I'm going to be doing. Not for every single post. Yeah, that I don't know. That's some kind of weird change in Patreon or whatever. Oh wait, they just changed it again. Because more than 30 seconds is going by, so clearly that's all got to change. Now here I want that to be somewhat faded there. All right, let's get ourselves a little something here. Start working around our little stars is over here. Like this. We'll just have to go back with the yellow again. It's, yeah, no point in trying to save that. Be easier just to do this. So recoil, hopefully today was a little less hectic there. And of course, again, Camda, when there's more folks here, you want to share, linkies in the chat. All good. So Armored Wolf, was all the Alaska Airlines stuff cleared up by the time people had to start flying out of there? I'm guessing that it was, because Lynn said they were able to get out of there. It was late, but said they were able to get out of there nevertheless. So Grant Oracle, that should have come through, because again, Landrest, he said he got, he looked back, he said, yep, that was in the very first email. And again, not sure what in the world is going on with that. That is incredibly frustrating there. Let me get more of this over here. So yeah, that is exactly the same way I have done it for years and years and years, and that has never been an issue before. So the other thing, I went on there and it showed like everybody is free. Like status of the pledge level free. Like everybody. And all, everybody on the Patreon page. I'm like, what is going on here? So I think it's just going to have to be done literally person by person, hundreds of times. So I don't know if I want to go too much lighter than that. Not sure if I want to go too much lighter than that. Here we'll go lighter on the stars, but on the clouds here, I think well, here, we also got to let that set for a spell. Let's maybe wander on over here to our stars and do some stuff with them. That's fantastic, Camda. And again, Camda, just I would say wait a little bit. I'd say wait a little bit before Before you post any stuffs there, let more folks get in here. So Grand Oracle, the website is, I mean, it can't get any easier. It is literally image2stl.com. That's it. I'll be curious if you know, as you're using it, you recognize a tool or something like that, and you say, "Ah, okay, that's this thing." Whereas for me, it's like whatever. I don't no idea what it is. Um, the other thing is Grand Oracle is that it seems like from image to stl.com, you can save files as like a Blender file, like specifically a Blender file. I don't know what that would be. Maybe that's like a script or something. But that is also possible, it seems, with the image to stl.com. Let me work this in here. Okay, where's a mini little blending brush here? How's about you? Ah, look at that. So much easier than with the watercolor slash acrylics doing these little lens flare type things. No, gotta recharge. We recharge the paint and we do the thing like this. Then we'll do our spatter stars. Spatter Star Galactica, right, Camda? After Spatter Star Galactica, then we'll start getting our any final blending that we want to do kind of in these areas here. I'm going to see if I can't pop on a little bit of brighter yellow in a few places here, and then also out there. Actually, gee whiz, I don't think anybody has seen the Treebeard one that I made. I don't know. I think I must have made it at 9 o'clock in the morning because, well, there's changes with all the health insurance stuff, so I basically just stayed up till 8 something in the morning to try and call them, only to find out, yeah, you can't do nothing till November 1st. So there's that. However, in addition to filming the video, I also made a Treebeard one. I think I sent you the Dull Amaranth one, right, Camda? That's kind of a favorite of mine. I mean, obviously, I'm a big Dull Amaranth fan. Prince Imrahil is best Prince. But oh, and then the Shire one. Yeah, I think I sent the folks the Shire one too. That one, well, that required a little bit of tweaking because the people around the party tree were like Army of the Dead. So that wasn't exactly what the imagery we were trying to conjure up with the party tree. Not that the Army of the Dead wouldn't mind hanging out by the party tree, I guess. Would certainly beat where they've been hanging out for, I don't know, hundreds of years. Let me get some of this here thinner like we did last time, right, Camda? That worked. That was not too shabby. Having the little blobs, the thinner, sitting on some of our more rapidly gummifying colors. That's a new term. So again, recoil. I think I was wanting to tell you about this. So I'm in GPT trying to do something else entirely, and it's asking me if I wanted to make movie posters or magazine layouts of what I was doing. I'm like, what? And then I decided to kind of let it, dive into it. And as it turns out, it does a really good job on those things. Well, at least now. Of course, once we want to make it a regular thing, then it'll stop working. But at least for now, it seems to do some really nifty stuff. And I thought for a silly Marillion, and also, well, any kind of discoveries that we make, like, say, I don't know, the flats or any new things. Maybe we do something like a Wappleville Times, and maybe there's like a little, little short article type of thing. Maybe a two-page spread on the article or something like that. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, why don't you do the thing? Do the thing, Doji. Share your stuff in the chat. Actually, Camdo, why don't you share your stuff too? Why don't you share it too? Now, Recoil, have you been doing more moderations there for Duff and for Rot and such? Well, Recoil, remember all of the... Oh, gosh. And I know Bithron hasn't been around in a while. All the... Not shorts. That's a YouTube thing. Clips. I think they were just literally clips. Yeah, they were just clips. And I've got probably a couple of hours worth of clips that Bithron made. And I was thinking, well, we wanted to do the silly Marillion. What if we did some kind of almost wacky movie poster type thing with it? Those were looking really good there, Doji. And everybody please click on the link that Camda sent as well. So yeah, Doji, those were looking really fine. I hope that you're, kind of excited about those. Oh, by the way, here is the Kathy miniature. So this is the regular size right here. I have the base printed out for this. This is like almost 7. This is probably almost 72 mil right here. It's at least 65 or so. But yeah, I think we'll be painting up this bigger one on stream. And who knows? Maybe we paint both. I don't know. Everybody check out that Discord link and the Instagram link that Camda just shared. That's sorry that you got a really triple dip there, Recoil. All right, here let's Spatter Star Galactica time. Can you see that? Yes, you can. Spatter Star Galactica, so say we all. And maybe get some more stuff in there for maybe some bigger ones. So what do we got? What do we got? Yeah, that'll work. That will work. So Doji, Kathy's birthday stream is Wednesday, your Thursday, and it's gonna be real early start. Well, for you it is going to be, Doji, because it's got to start about no later than 9:30 my time. So it's gonna be on the later side for you there. Well, yeah, this is the main focus, is the larger one here. And again, this was the D&D, the character that Kathy played for a very long time. It was a halfling rogue that at one time I was hoping that you could put a ring. I'll just maybe sculpt that ring on there. It was like a ring of madness or hallucinations or something like that she was saddled with there, which led to lots of hijinks and all other kinds of stuff. So that will be the special Wednesday stream. Oh, the other reason it's got to start early is what's the thing that we get treated to every Tuesday or Wednesday stream? The internet company says, you don't need that. Just like the hobbits don't need the legs, right? They don't need those. They're like, you don't need that internet at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, so how's about we just kind of put a pause on that while you're trying to stream, because it certainly would have no negative impact on the stream. Never does, right? So that's why we got to get in as much as we can before any sort of mischief or mayhem happens. I do believe we are ready to rock and roll. See how we were able to take that and do some softening up of that? If I had done that any sooner, I mean, even now it's a little bit, it was almost like being a hasty hobbit there, Camda. It was borderline hasty hobbit activity. Well, Doji, it'll still be going for a little while. I mean, let's see, what is it, 12:30 here? Yeah, we'll still be doing that, Doji, at this time. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't imagine it would be any less than 5 hours. So that still would put you, 2 something o'clock in the morning before we'd ever be winding down. And again, everybody, please check out the Discord link that Doji shared and the Insta link that Camda shared. Give Camda Paints a follow because Camda paints with the oils. Do that. Okay, so we're looking solid here. We're looking pretty solid. Now, what we're gonna do is this rivals mixing paints, right, Camda, as far as its popularity. This is where we mix green stuff right here. Yeah, this is it almost rivals it in pop. I mean, you rarely get two such treats in one stream, right, Camda? Mixing paint, and that's going to happen right after this. I mean, literally, that's almost too much excitement in that short of a time period, Camda. Mixing green stuff and mixing paint. It probably should come with some kind of a warning label, wouldn't you say? Yes, well, let's see. We mix, we mush, we plop and push. Ooh, there you go, Camda. Yeah, I got to remember that. So what we mix, we mush, we plop and push. That's because that would totally be a fantastic slogan. I think that's got to go on the Wappleville Times. Yeah, somebody's got to remind me of that because I probably will forget it in the next 5 minutes. All right, we also need. There we go. I brought out this stuff again. Remember, I used to use this all the time. Now this should. I'm going to do a quick little double check. The thing that made a little bit different, I had to kind of carve away some of the triangle textures. Okay, so that's going to fit on there. For a second, I'm like, okay, we mixed and we mushed, and now the green stuff is gone. We don't want that. Let's use this here. On you go. This is some of my favorite glue here. This gel glue, I absolutely love this gel glue. So what is it? We mix, we mush, we plop and push. That definitely sounds like something that happens after Taco Bell. Let's do a little bit of pressing like that. And now we're going to do this here. Oh, and the next video, I'm going to be filming that tomorrow. That's going to be that new Vehicles Workshop series. That's going to be the one with that Space Wolves vehicle, which is essentially, I don't know, like a pre-heresy Land Raider, which ChatGPT kept thinking was a Rhino, despite the pictures. All right, we'll see you later there, Doji. See you later, Doji. And again, sorry that I haven't been able to get people the, what is that? The Dropbox links there, because I'm literally still putting the files in there. So, all right, Camda, are you ready? Because it's getting to be just about that time. That is not the contain. Maybe this one here. We'll use this guy, I guess. Payne's gray. Our Mars black. So we just mushed, now we mix. Which again, out of context is going to sound a little wild. Even in context, it sounds kind of wild. So, I'm just going to use you. I'm just going to use that. We're going to again start to smush this around in here. We are trying to create a pin line wash out of this here. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Now, I think Halloween is on Friday. Needless to say, that stream is going to start later. Because if I remember right, I mean, it was like almost 10 o'clock and there was still people out there trick-or-treating. Now, of course, if it's snowing, uh, I think that we'll have a few less folks. So Friday could also be another one of those late starts. Thursday will be, I don't know if I'll be able to paint 2 of those flats on a fabulous Thursday stream, but now again, fortunately this is not quite as heavy as some of the other ones. Not quite so heavy. So I think it's going to take hold a little bit faster. And you might again recall we did another ship that was of a similar design to this. Again, this is like a fleet recovery ship right here. Now I think this one is also one of the ones that was eliminated. Oh, check this out, Camda. I almost forgot. So that's the atomic carrier right there. In you go. In you go here. On both sides here now, and then we'll see what we can do on the ventral side. But again, we want to give that paint or that glue and green stuff as much time to take hold as we can. There we are. So recoil, do you think you'll use the image to STL to try and create those the ones with those unit insignias there? Recoil, and again, those were looking really nifty. Did a fantastic job on those. Keep working down the spine of the ship here. Now recoil, how did that work for you? Again, there's some annoying things about it. Obviously the ads are not always convenient. But yeah, check that out, Grand Oracle. Again, it's just image to stl.com. There's some things that I'll try to experiment with that now that I know a little bit more, and like if you want to experiment with saving it as a Blender file or something like that. Rico, if you wanted to share those in the chat, that would be kind of nifty. How's about we welcome in the Zhang? How you doing there, Zhang? Appreciate the raid. Everybody, please give the Zhang a follow. Well, Zhang, you've certainly seen these before. This is ship number 9. Can you believe it? Yeah, I think, geez, did you raid while we were doing number 8, or was it number 7? But here is this. So this is, again, that's number 9. Here is number 8, right here. That was number 8. That's the Artemis class cruiser. This right here is a fleet recovery ship, and next week is going to be this here, because these are 3D printed. This is going to be, I forget what, this is the atomic carrier right here. So yeah, we'll be doing this one next Monday. So check these out. Look at this. We've been kind of focusing on special streams for Kathy this week, and here we did those Lord of the Rings gummy bears, Jang. Remember, we've been talking about those for quite some time. There's a couple more. Well, actually, there's 3 more here. Here's Gimli and Sauron right there again. So that's a couple of more. And then here is Gollum right here. There's Gollum. We had some fun with that. So Zhang, if you want to share anything in the chat, same thing there, Arid. Everybody please give Eridican Wife a follow as well. So give the Zhang a follow and Eridican Wife. Now, I think, Zhang, you've seen a bunch of these. All right, you've seen these. Right here, these are our new flats that we've been making here. Now, I don't know if you saw our latest flat, which was this. So that's a little bit of Galadriel there, and somewhere here we have, so it's basically Durnhelm right there. And same says, we call these our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. Actually, I just printed out a few more. Those are on the printer right now. Here's some of the other tarot cards. Actually, this was the last one I just printed out. So Army of the Dead. We've got a Balrog. We got Arwen. Theoden. Actually, I've got another one for Edoras. Oh, I did Rivendell. I've got Fangorn Forest now. There's a little Gandalf action. Oh, look, there's Eomer. Oh, thanks, 9.5. Appreciate that. Oh, and here's with, yeah. This is the one we haven't done yet. So, I was almost thinking of doing this one. However, it's Halloween. I mean, it's literally Halloween week. So we'll paint up this one on Flat Thursday because, well, you know, zombie dude. Look at that. Ghost not work. Ghost zoomorphs there. So they're just flats. Again, here's one that Recoil created. A really spectacular one that Recoil made. Look at that. That is tremendous right there. And again, this is the one we just painted up on Thursday. And it did a really remarkable job of this. And of course, we've already made flats of some of our paintings like this right here. We actually turned this into a flat. So this is going to be fun to paint as well. Potentially on an Armada Monday. Well, 9.5. Hopefully it was fun enough. Now I don't know if you did things like the color charts first, right? Because we always talk about that, doing the color charts. Because look at this. I mean, this alone right here. Those both say Diox Violet. There's a little bit of a difference. The color is about the same, but the intensity is nowhere near the same, right? Like that's a massive difference. Sometimes it's more subtle like this, or even like this. See how this has got a little more orange? That's got a little bit more red, so there's a lot of value in doing those color charts. Speaking of value, doing something like this, a black and white study, or in this case, a Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale study. And you can do this with acrylics too. It's not just restricted to oil paints. That's fantastic, 9.5. So again, now, Arid, I don't know if you had a chance to share your Pinterest links already. You probably already did. So again, everybody please check out the Pinterest link that Arid Kenwife shared, and also please give Arid Kenwife a follow. Arid, you'll be doing your usual Friday, Saturday stream, right? 7 p.m. Pacific. All right. So yep, it was shared. It was shared. So again, I apologize for any kind of brain squeezes because I don't know. I think I've had maybe 7 hours of sleep in the last 3 days or something like that. So there could be some verbal miscues, and we can't even blame those on the autocorrect monster, right, Camda? Man, oh man. Actually, speaking of which, I'm gonna try and do a flat of him. Actually, Recoil, I might. I'll see if I can kind of go heavier on the texture with that, like more like what you did on yours. Yeah, I'll see if I can go heavier on the texture like that. So again, everybody please give Eridica a follow. You're probably already doing that, but just to make sure, definitely give Eridica a follow. Now, we we started out. We just did some almost dry brushy type stuff on this. Then we painted our base, and then we now we're as we let this little glue joint here kind of set itself, we're just doing some of this pin line wash type of deal. And as we work along here, we will be adding this Aztecing here. You can see it on the Artemis cruiser. See all that stuff there and up here? That is not on part of the sculpt. That does not exist. That's it. That is totally smooth. It's as smooth as this base right here. All of that Aztecing is painted on. Does not exist. Nice to see you there, Valfera. And of course, again, this is the Kathy figure. Will be on that special Wednesday stream. This was the halfling rogue that Kathy played for years and years in D&D. Now this is the we made an Eldritch Foundry, by the way. So here is the 28 mil regular size figure right there. So great to see you there, Valfera. So Velfer, I guess tomorrow is when the new rankings come out. Again, I don't know if Vandy's going to be maybe 9. I don't think they're going to let him be past 8. I know it's going to make you super happy, Velfer, if tomorrow you look and you see Texas ranked above Vanderbilt. That'll, I mean, that is exactly, that's going to make you so happy. That will make you absolutely just pleased as punch, as they say. Emphasis on the punch, right, Velfera? Now, for whatever reason, I guess Patreon, it hasn't even sent like the email link to the latest video. Again, I don't know what's going on with Patreon. It's all madness there. So after the stream, can't do nothing about it till after the stream. Let's not have that down there. Panel Line Galactica, right, Camda? Panel Line Galactica. Gotta turn it this way here. Yeah. Yep, there's some turrets down there we need to hit with this. More on the engine cowlings. Now, if it's possible, I want to try and get our blue-ish glow in there. Thank goodness I remember to put the sky blue out there. Nah, I don't think we need more there. We'll just let this go down here. What about, yeah, I thought so. To hit that too. And I think we're mostly, okay, good. We didn't, none of that worked its way down, and that's good. All right, let's put this stuff off to the side here. Velfir, that would, it would be a travesty, right? Can't let that happen. We don't want the middies to not get their due. I'm just going to take this. I'm going to take that, and that's just going to go down in there. For now, anyways. For now, that's what we're doing. Do the starboard side engines here. Fine, we'll just see what happens with that. One more. Alright, I don't want to be turning that over too much. Don't want to be doing that too much. And again, today got to use the glove because printing these out in resin, they just kind of fall off of the holders for whatever reason. And here's there's the base for that Kathy figure right there. Oh, and of course, you know, we'll let the wargs out. We also did these last week. Little spot of object source lighting. Again, a little bit of casualty style basing there. Now, is that... I'm going to let that set a little bit more, so I might just delve into a little bit of our orangey stuff. Oh, actually, I can put some more... I'm going to put a new little bit of our weight out here. So, some of the Paul Rubens white is going to go out here. Like that. Now again, okay, Georgia Tech. I mean, talk about a team that's deserving. Georgia Tech. Actually, I could do this. Georgia Tech, the Ramblin' Wreck, because are they 7-0 or 8? I think they're 8-0, right, Valfera? No, I think they're 7. Yeah, I think they're 7-0. They certainly deserve that shot, no doubt about it. This is going to be distracting here, so I'm going to actually let this get that. Not blackest black. In you go. Because I must have swiped that like 3 times with my brush when I was doing the other stuff. And this is, it's not the actual blackest black. This is the, oh, what is that? I think it's from Golden. Yeah, I think it's from Golden Acrylics. Gives that stuff a little more time to set there as well. And away we go. All right, not going to bother with the side, so it is this stuff right here. Again, it is not like either the Darth Max or Max Darth, whatever the heck it's called, or the Stuart Simple. Oh, what the heck does he call it? I don't know. Whatever it is. Let me take, where's one of our new guys here? Is that one of our new guys? I don't think so, but I'm going to use it anyways. We're also going to try and get some of our different colors in there. So this is more of a violet right here. And we're already starting to think a little bit of unevenness here, right? Some piano lineage. That's why we're kind of doing this sort of a stroke here. Let's maybe do the engines here. That's probably the place where we can do this the easiest. I mean, it's subtle, but you can see again there's a little bit of unevenness to that, and there is supposed to be. We are, what, 1 hour in? Yes, we are 1 hour in, and that is it. Now, again, if folks could just look at their emails for that Patreon link, and we'll see if it's doing that with everybody's email or if it's just certain folks or whatever. Because, again, Landress said he got all of it the last time. He had all the emails, all the links were in the, in the email each time. I may not be able to use the DMs for sending the links anymore. We might just have to do something different. Yep, Velfira, I mean, and now, of course, what is it, second week of December, right? Then they'll be playing for the President's Trophy, or the Commander-in-Chief's Trophy, sorry. And then, actually, boy, Virginia Tech almost pulled off that upset, Valfira. They've been playing, I think it's 120 years. Virginia, so the Hokies and the Cavs have been playing. Yeah, I think they've been that rivalry goes back at least 120 years. Actually, it could be more like 160. I'm not sure if that. I'm not sure, if the Army Navy rivalry is longer. I mean, I know like even Michigan, Ohio State. That's another one of those potential multi-century rivalries now. And of course, we cover all sports on the Wampelville Sports Network. Now, I don't know the game between the Jays and the Dodgers was kind of a little up in a little back and forth there because I think the Dodgers had an early lead, then the Jays were up 4-2, and then all I saw was Otani and wow. So I'm guessing that he must have hit like a two-run homer or something like that to tie the game. Which Val Farah, the intentional walk is a thing. In that late inning situation, I know that he can steal bases, but he can't steal 8 bases. He can steal 4. Well, he can steal 3. He can't steal 8. So maybe you just throw every pitch at his head or at his feet and say, have some fun with that. If you can hit a home run on a ball that's skipping in the dirt, which, oh gosh, is something Guerrero, Vladimir Guerrero. Remember him, Valfera? I think he played for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, California, Los Angeles, United States, Earth, Sol System, Milky Way. It was very inconvenient fitting all that on their baseball jerseys. That was always a mystery to me why they wanted all that stuff in their name. Maybe somebody from the area can explain. It seemed somewhat confusing to me. There we are. So again, Zhang, if you gotta go make some chow, do some stuff, post stream. I know, I mean, we all, when we're done with that stream, there's a few things, some more pressing than others, so to speak, tasks that need to get done. You can already see you're starting to get some of that striping and antiquing in there, or Aztecing, sorry. Oh, I already did it on this side. Already did it over there. What's happening with this guy right here? Nope, 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 nope. Let's do that. Okay, so we've kind of changed the color hints here to get more of a violet or something like that. This will all be getting a whole lot brighter as we go along. As has happened with all of our other BSG ships. And again, there is no difference in how we would approach this versus a miniature, versus a diorama, versus a 2D painting, or a flat. It does not matter. Oils are oils, right, Camden? Less is more. More is way too much. Yeah, again, we're already starting to see some texture there. Let's see. So BYU and I mean BYU, they've kind of been taking it to folks, and they're not necessarily playing nobodies either. So Miami, And BYU tied at 10. Texas is still down to 20 because, yeah, that was a game they never should have won. I assume that Notre Dame is one of those two-loss teams in the top 25. Uh, what would be another one in there? Well, LSU is not, and they don't have a coach anymore. Uh, Michigan might be in the top 25. That's fantastic, Camden. Geez, you'll have to send me those. If you already did and I missed those, I'm not quite sure how I would have done that. But yeah, and of course, Camden, I mean, if you want to share those too, if they are on your Instas now or anything like that, please go ahead and share those. I think we're going to start getting a little bit finer with this here now. Not that one. Well, I'll get the paint out of there first. That I will do. Let's see what we can do with this one here. So again, the Patreon page. So when it lets me send the links to the videos, again, I usually do somewhere between 8 to 10 videos every month. So there's somewhere around the 21, 22 hours of brand new videos every single month. You do that Army Painter Pledge thing. Yeah, be ready to binge watch because you're going to get about 2,500 hours worth of video links there. Now, I'm really glad that has just been starting to coalesce there, Camda, for sure. Now, I'm just kind of picking some places here that looks like the glazy stuff we did has had a chance to set. Now, none of that is dry. None of it is going to be dry during the stream, but it does this thing that we call it just going to be more set. In other words, it's going to be more dry, not quite so freshly applied, which means we'll be able to do stuff like this. Also, another reason why paint is actually sticking to this thing here is because we're also doing that thick over thin, because the paint that's on here right now, well, it's pretty thin, as in it was a pinline wash. Cannot get a whole lot thinner than that. Do some more of this here. And there might come a point, say at hour 2 or something like that, where I go get some refreshed medicine, because again, sleep is a little bit we're a little shy on that these last 3-4 days. Yeah, the Oklahoma. Well, let's see. Well, Oklahoma, they did actually have the inside track. They sort of controlled their destiny till they didn't. Now, where's Ole Miss? So is number 19, is that Mizzou or is that Ole Miss? Because Ole Miss should probably be in the top 12, I'm thinking. And again, we cover all this on the Wappelville Sports Network. It's covering the APC from the top-ranked team to the bottom team. So, okay, so Mizzou is 19. Ole Miss has to be like 11 or 12 or something, unless they're in the top 10. I would guess that Alabama is probably 3. So what is it? Ohio State, Indiana, Alabama, Oregon, something like that. So Ole Miss is ranked 7. Okay. I mean, that's my guess anyway. Is Ohio State, Indiana, Alabama. Well, let's see. So if Ole Miss is 7, who would be 5 and 6? Well, I think we already got Oregon in there at 4. Oh, Georgia Tech. Maybe Georgia Tech is 5 or 4. I would like to see him at 4, actually, myself. Now there's some wee little tiny turrets over here. We're going to get those two. Me, yep. Again, we're doing. You can see this overall, this texturizing that's starting to happen here. And this is the very neutral gray from Paul Rubens that we're utilizing right now. Oh, Texas A&M. I don't know, the Aggies. Man, that was a full-on beatdown in Death Valley. So they have Georgia at 5. So the Ramblin' Wreck is still not till number 8. Okay. All right, suit themselves. There's a little something with Georgia Tech. I'm just saying. Now, of course, I don't think anybody wants to play the Aggies right now. Well, if losing is what you want to do, then by all means, play the Aggies. Oregon, and obviously that's kind of like Ohio State, just sort of flying under the radar. I haven't even had a chance to look and see what is happening with the Slate O games this Saturday here. Except that Vandy, Texas, right? Valfera in Austin. So you can see again the difference that makes there. Yep, that is in Austin. That's going to be challenging there. Now, I don't know if probably won't even know till Saturday what the status of Arch Manning is. That might that's pretty much an elimination. Actually, those are both elimination games at this point, Valfera. Like whoever loses those is toast. I mean, obviously you'll get yourself a bowl. Who knows? Maybe even a New Year's Day bowl or something like that. But it's not going to be. It's not going to be the 12-team playoff. That is way too dark. We need to lighten you up a little. Now, do we start wandering over here? Yeah, you know, we're going to do it. We're going to wander on over here and start to do some stuff on these engine cowlings. Somehow. we we missed this guy up here. And I think we did the same on the other side, didn't we? No, I know we did the other one on the other side. All right, he's nice. Well, we got some airlocks over there. You gotta have airlocks in Battlestar Galactica, right, Valfira? I mean, how else are you supposed to shoot Cylons out into space? Gets mighty cold out there. Also, that whole vacuum of space kind of thing and the radiation usually has a negative impact. I think there's also some other teams that are having their de facto bye weeks, right, Valfira? Where somebody gets paid about 750K or so to be the punching bags for that particular Saturday. Now, what we're putting on here, it looks light. This is nowhere near white. I can tell you that right now. It's just a light gray, but that's all it is. It's a light gray. It is not white. Eventually, we'll start fooling around down there, but no reason to even mess with that right now. Let's see. Usually, is it first or second week in November? Tends to be rivalry week, Valfira. Probably second week in November. That Michigan, I mean, it's always going to be big every single year, Michigan, Ohio State, but I think it's even bigger now. I'm pretty sure that Penn State's not even in the top 25, right, Valfira? Lots of speculation that your former LSU coach is going to be heading that way. So again, this is a fleet recovery ship for Battlestar Galactica. We need to do our red here, so I'm going to take some of this and some of this. That'll go there. Cross all the way up to there, maybe. Fine. Yeah, we'll do that. So there's our little bit of red. We gotta let that set now. So we gotta move on to other things here. Now it's about we get some more lighter Aztecing now on the cowling on this side, and that's definitely sticking a whole lot easier for sure. Do this now. Nah, take some of that away. We'll do it that away. Might start getting, I think I can go back with my lighter blue in the engine cowlings as well. I'm gonna roll with a little bit of lighter stuff up here on the top of these landing bays here. In we go. Lighter up here too. I might, oh, that's the other thing I might try to do when I'm refreshing the medicine is, again, there was another ship that has engine couplings like this, and I would like them to be, I don't know, at least however we did the engine glows. I want those to be somewhat similar between the two. Now these files are basically free on Thingiverse. It's getting a little thick right there. But I can kind of, again, grab some of that darker stuff that's around there. And then move it elsewhere. Try to lighten up these couple of things here. What about this? Does that need a brush refresh? I think it kind of does need a bit of a brush refresh there. All right. There you go. No, I'm going to use the here. Let's start to bring in our radiant, or not radiant, radiant green in a couple of spots here. Still kind of having to work with thicker paint. This is maybe more like a 60-40 split as opposed to the 70-30, 80-20 of paint to thinner that we've been doing. Hit these guys. Yes, it's got to be thicker. That sort of kind of seems to be working. Just spin you around here. Come on. There, finally starting to stick. Still working with the not radiant green. More on these. But I kind of just gotta leave that alone now. Again, otherwise, hasty hobbit. And now we'll have sort of a green going up against some of the violets there. It really is, it's just a greenish gray. It's not some kind of phthalo green or forest green or something like that. It's just kind of a grayish color that has got some greenish tints to it. Anything else here? Sure. Lighten up some of the, right here, some of these landing bays. Again, not just lighter, they got a little bit of green to them. I wonder, can I mess around with this yet? It's still, paint's still kind of bouncing off of there. Even want to go a little bit thicker. And look at this. Yeah, we're not even 90 minutes in. It happens quick. Don't blink. Have to see, did we do any kind of, I don't think we did any engine glow from that part of it. But we'll do a little double check. And again, while I'm at it, I will try to see if I can't grab the other ship that's kind of a similar configuration to this. I meant to have it out here. Fine, I'll just throw some of that up here. And again, this is nowhere near our latest light. We're just kind of hanging on to that basically fast mat white. We'll wait on. Ooh, speaking of white, let me get some thinner positioned on some of these. The not radiant colors and the white. Those as alkyds, those tend to set up real quickly, and they just takes forever to thin those down, get them kind of reconstituted for usage. Might even here, I'm gonna actually take some of our not radiant violet. Now it's the radiant violet green shade, which that's gotta sound hilarious. No. Let's go do something with this here. Whoa, look at that. You can very distinctly see our panel lines there. And then, of course, we can also do something like scorching or whatever. Doing the air up here. Or, yeah, this stuff now. Yeah, like so. I think. What am I looking at here? So that kind of goes. Yeah, it follows that same angle as the other side there. I'm gonna take a little paint out of that. We will try to do a little bit of blending brush with that too. Yeah, that's better. I'm looking to get some of this, again, like a grayish green over here on these starboard engine nacelles. One more hit there. Yeah. Now, of course, radiant violet mixed with the radiant green. What does that make? That makes our not radiant gray. It's a much more interesting gray than just a dead limited gray. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a quick little ski daddle here, refresh the medicine, but just as important is to get the other ship that's like this, because I really want to see what's going on with the interior of these engine cowlings, and then over on this side as well. Which means that means don't go away because we are going to be right back. Here's that chip that I was talking about. you can see it's kind of a similar type of deal. Different configuration. Right, different configuration, but kind of similar. You can see some of the violet there that's on the back of that, but yeah, so they're sort of in the same neighborhood as each other there. We'll keep this one around. Oh, I gotta get me a new glove. 1 second here. 1 second. That's over here. I knew there was one more thing I needed to do. Yeah, so Velfira, here's hoping that gravity does not cause any more challenges for a little while for you there. Okay, we are back to it now. This brush, we'll just keep using this guy here. Where's my... this violet maybe? And yeah, we're going to be getting that fairly late. I'm trying to give that as much time to set as possible. I think it's fairly well set. I think we'll be able to get in there and do stuff, and it probably should stick pretty well. Speaking of which, yeah, see, that's already starting to do a whole lot better as far as adhesion goes. Just because that paint is, it's still very much wet. I could wipe most of the paint that's on here off of here if I really felt like it needed to or anything like that. Yeah, look at, see, that's much different how that is adhering than even just 20 minutes ago. Yeah, okay, so we went fairly late on this stuff as well. All right, good to know. We can do that. Relatively thick as far as the consistency of the paint on the brush. And just because the consistency of the paint on the brush is thicker, that doesn't necessarily mean we're actually putting tons of paint on there. It just means we don't have a virtual pinline wash or an effect or something like that. Take maybe some of the edges off of that too. So again, we got greens, we got violets, we got all kinds of stuff happening here. See, that just got a whole lot lighter there. So, yep, I'm going to keep working this forward section now around our red lines that we do here. I don't remember, geez, again, it's been long enough. I don't remember if Pegasus had any kind of marking. I don't think so. Could have had that. It's been long enough. And again, the only videos or something like that I get to see are tutorial videos on trying to use various programs, trying to find decent tutorials for things like Meshi and Blender. Have not been terribly successful. They are not the greatest tutorials ever. There. gonna get too late back here. If anything, I'm gonna actually be coming back into this aft area here with some of the like a Van Dyke brown Mars black kind of thing, and do some dry brush stuff over the top of that. Believe it or not. Another turret over here. Let's hit you. Is that okay? That's raised. And see where my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Nice to see you there, Ingones. Everybody, please give Ingones a follow. Ingones, why don't you share some fabulous oil painted miniatures in that chat? Because I know you can. Again, everybody, please give Ingones a follow. That's right. Well, let's see. I think we got some interesting stuff for a potential film noir, wouldn't you say, Velfera? And as always, thanks for being here. Everybody, check out that link that Inganes just shared. Is it gonna be a double whammy there, Velfera, of autocorrect monster and film noir, or is it gonna be film noir autocorrect monster? Because he's almost film noir, right, Velfera? Speaking of film noir, see what I did there, Landrast? How you doing? So hopefully the flick was good. I think you've had pretty good success for the last several times out, right, Landrast, as far as movies go? Well, maybe the last one wasn't too fabulous there. Now, of course, again, I mean, he is almost film noir, right, Velfair? Look at that. I mean, you can see some of the greens. You can see, yeah, almost like a phthalo green, and then he's got purplish grays. In fact, a lot of that is like what's on here. And now, again, we've got these alternate. There's some green over here. There's some violet over here. Geez, well, hopefully that's all going. That's all going according to plan. I know that sometimes the plans are a little bit tricksy with stuff like that, right? So congratulations there, Inganes. Now again, you can see that's all very much, well, even here, right? We've lost our phthalo green, puro orange. Those are really intense colors, especially when we bring those back. Look at that. Again, you can see that little bit of green over there, and then again, kind of working towards the violet over there. Sorry about that, Landrast. So Landrast, unfortunately, that wasn't just like a temporary Patreon thing, unless you got actually. Oh yeah, that's right, Landress. Did you get the email? Because people are saying that the link is not in the DM or the email. So yeah, I wasn't sure if you got it because I was telling folks that you got all of the messages, right? Well, it was in your email. People are saying it's not in their email. So yeah, like I said, there was going to be verbal miscues due to the 7 hours of sleep over the last 3 days. Now that would be nice, Landrast. That would be nice. Let me roll up here. I'm glad that it's all good there. And again, Inganis, congratulations on everything. And we'll have yourself a good night there, Valfira. Oh, let me do this here too. Yeah, alright. Let me get some more of that. So Landra is still trying to determine if the height maps really do any sort of good at all. They seem to make a slight difference. The only way I'm ever really going to know for sure is if, after the printing stuff, and I did print out, ironically enough, they finished right before the stream. Another Trench Crusade flat. I think I sent you that design, right? So see ya on Wednesday, and again, Velfair, this is the mill figure here that we'll paint up on Wednesday. And again, here is the regular miniature version of it there. So yeah, we're just gonna have to do that. I guess from now on, we'll have to just do that 230 people at a time, or one at a time, instead of how we should be able to do it, which is just everybody all at once, like we've been doing it for, well, like almost 10 years. So yeah, Cam, I don't know if it's just deleting those because so what is in the DM? Is there no DM at all? Because the link is in the DM, and it says it sent it to 230 people. Because I know I put the link in there, and I know I sent out the DM. Because, yeah, I can even, let me see if, nope, that is not the right one there. Ah, there we go. So, not sure why that has suddenly become extra useless there. Let me try a little bit. Maybe that wasn't supposed to quite go there. I think, we need to let this stuff have a chance to set over here. Let's give that a chance to set. Let me see here. No, that's not it. Just was looking at my ship here. So you can see just how much lighter we need to get with those, with the engine cowlings there. That's why we got that new fast matte white out there, because this has all kinds of yellow in it and stuff. Little more of our blue. Okay, and this does not have a whole bunch of thinner in it either. There we are. And then we'll go really light after this, but we need at least this much here. And again, I think that's pretty much along what we had already. I think it's safe to start kind of turning this guy upside down a little bit. Not all the way, but sort of, anyway. A little bit more of that, a little bit more of that sky blue there. Like this. Yeah, you can see how much lighter that is, right? It's darn near white there. So yeah, it said that I'd sent out thing to 230, and it sent out to nobody, because that's super helpful. Or maybe not. Okay, let's push this further into the engine cowling. Now let's. Oh yeah, we need a little bit more of the blue. That's almost down to just the dark gray there. Alright, let's try this now. Now we're back up here. We need more of our blue. We'll get it into here. And there. Now we'll try to, just gonna take this not fast matte whiteness. There we go. Start blasting this in here straight away. Yeah, Cam, it is not, well, they also changed how even just making posts work. Because much like slicers, right, when you have a slicer that works really well and people know how to use it, you really have to get rid of that and change that all around. I mean, you have a working slicer, why would you want to continue using that? That really makes no sense whatsoever. I'm not sure who thought having working slicers or working anything is a good idea. That is way less fun. What is fun is seeing the difference that this light makes here, and all of a sudden, I mean, there was no engine glow here, and all of a sudden now, definitely starting to get the feeling for some engine glow, and then like we did with this one here, we're gonna be, we'll take our kind of Van Dyke brown, Mars black over the top of that. Alright, did we do these already? I think I kind of did that one already. Oh, yeah, here we are. We gotta get along the edge of that cowling there. Now we got these. I think these are the last two. So Cheeto Box decided to have a slicer that literally does not work. They had it was a working slicer. You could actually use it, and then whatever the latest version was absolutely unusable. Fortunately, I still have like an ancient one from about 4 versions ago. Well, on one machine anyway. And you cannot revert back. I tried. It will not let you go back to previous versions. So unless you already got it there, you're you are up a certain creek. You got no paddle. You got nothing. What we're gonna have to do is let that have a chance to set for a little bit. We will take this guy here. There's our Van Dyke Brown. And this is a kind of a de facto scorching kind of a thing we're gonna do here. Yeah, a little bit of dry, brushy stuff here. A little bit of that. Over the nozzles on these cowlings here. Just a soft craft brush. Unfortunately, no time is a perfect time to use leche or lyche or leeches or whatever it's called, because, oh, that's right, we have hundreds and hundreds of build plates in one slicer that we're still using. So, otherwise, would have switched a while ago, right? Now, if there's some magical button that says convert, oh, I don't know, about 345 build plates from one slicer to another with a press of a button, I'm not opposed to that. I am not opposed to such a miraculous algorithm set up there. Did I? I'm thinking, oh, maybe not. No, actually that's blue. All right. On the sides of these things, I was just going to do the dark stuff, but actually, no. It's all a lie, right, Landrast? Chi. Ah, see what I did there? See what I did there? Actually, Landrest, I've been meaning to ask you for a while if you were going to, if you were going to do some 2D stuff, because you've had a lot of fun doing those, and they always look really, really, really cool. So I was wondering if that was something that you might be messing around with sometime. Let me do something. Well, that's all still a little bit too wet back there to be doing that anyways. Now we gotta start doing some stuff in these uh, hangar bays here. Let's do some stuff there. Now, I was looking forward to for people seeing this. Now again, there was a couple of things that I was bringing into XSplit that I'd never done before. So I mean, I filmed some tests. It seems like it filmed everything. I could be wrong, but I think it filmed everything. Man, I wasn't sure if there was any kind of a landscape, seascape, something that just kind of had been something you were thinking about lately. You say, I know it'd be kind of neat if I did this or this scene or something like that. So yeah, Grand Oracle, the one that I'm using, it goes way, 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 way back. And it's definitely a crazy thing when something that is that ancient works that so much better than the whatever the newest iteration is. Yeah, again, unfortunately, there would be many hundreds of hours worth of slicer work that would be lost. So that unfortunately, well, can't be doing that. But oh, look at this. See, if I had tried doing this, what are we at here? We're at 1 hour 57 minutes. If I tried doing this as recently as like 15, 18 minutes ago, that would not happen. What would happen is it would fill in, or it would basically pull up the pin line wash and be mixing with it. That is not happening because again, it's just set just enough there. Let me see. Where's my reference again? Okay, there we go. There we are. Yeah, we're gonna go back to those guys there, but we have to wait. We cannot be hasty little hobbitses. Nope. Don't be hasty. You can see this is starting to build up a little bit more with our lights and such here too. There, yeah, let's do that back here. Well, thanks again, Grant Oracle, for being here. Appreciate that. So hopefully, and I'll try to get you, if I haven't gotten you some of the, well, I'm hoping to generate at least 2 or 3 more of the bas reliefs between tonight and the Wednesday stream. That's gee whiz, that's right. Yes, that'll be the Wednesday stream. So see you Wednesday there at Grand Oracle. Where are we at here? And we'll start to consider doing maybe some of the linear work here. Right now, we're just kind of doing the bulkier Aztecing work for the moment here. Let me go back to more of this greenish type color here. See you later there, Recoil again. Hope that Mom is doing a whole lot better even since you last messaged me. And again, say hello to Mom for us. We're all pulling for Mom. And I'll shoot you some messages after the stream there, Recoil. Ooh, let me push that this away here. And again, we already have next week's ship right there, which might be November 1st. Right? Because Halloween is Friday. No, it'll be like November 6th. So Halloween is Friday. And again, that stream most likely going to be starting no earlier than 11, I would say. Possibly more like 11:35-ish, something like that. I'm hoping to paint up a Sauron figure. That one from Navarrete Studios. Now we're starting to get some action down here, finally. Yeah, nothing super fancy. But it can't all just be super dark there. Yeah, Grand Orca will be, again, earlier start, probably 9:30 my time. Now, I'm seeing some shinies there. I think if we have this kind of thick enough, dry enough, we should be able to... Yeah, okay, good. It's still going to stick there. I wasn't quite sure. Again, all of our pin line wash stuff, we have to make sure that has some time to set before we do that. Geez, I forgot to tell Recoil that my sister brought over a whole bunch of, let's see, like carrots, onions, all that kind of stuff. More than I could eat in any salads. We'll be sautéing those up after the stream. No, we're not gonna. We won't put color. No, I don't think we'll put color codes on these little, whatever these are here. I think we'll just leave them. Just be lighter. Well, look at that. See that dark color on the end of the brush there? Yep, that means we got to refresh. Let's refresh that and come back to it here. Now, I'm seeing a whole lot of the thinner right here. So this is just one area where there's more of it. That's even as thick as that is, it's still kind of having a bit of a time trying to go over the top of that. This also needs to be lighter here. Let's do that. And we're still working with that greenish stuff because we do have our turquoise or turquoise down there. Now, I don't know if folks have seen the latest Instagram post there. We are using our fabulous painted background. Camda, it's pretty wild to see that now on just like every post with these ships, that the painted backdrop. I still have to grab the big giant one that I was trying to make. Now, is that okay? That is a little bit. We do get a little bit of our light in here. Also, there. Trying to do some stuff over here too. Now, see, look at that. That just all got super dark. Can't do anything there. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that. I wasn't sure. I was not actually so sure about that. Again, it just kind of goes all the way back to the very, very early days, 2002, 2003, when I made that super fancy, almost diorama photo backdrop thing. And people said, boy, we really like that, but we can't really see what the miniature looks like. Because I was even then, Cam, I was using like colored lights on it. I have no idea how I was doing that. Because, I mean, there was no such thing as like LED lights then. Yeah, there was, and certainly not the kind of lights that I have now for doing that very same thing. I mean, either that, I'm still tempted to, because, well, we'll see if Dick Blick's got any sales going on. But I'm thinking I might also have to invest in a whole bunch of either foam core or mat board or something like that to do like extra large painted backdrops. Alrighty, in you go. One shot. That's all we got. One shot at, and that's it. We'd have to come back and refresh that brush. And here we're using this is more that violet type of stuff here. Ooh, you need to probably do that line up there a little more. Yeah. Gotta get this top section a little bit more here. So fortunately, it looks like I can do some dry brushy stuff on that. Thank Thermal Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, we try to do somewhere between 8 to 10 new videos every month. We have a new series. Well, we have a couple of new series. There's the Painting Flats series. We've also got the Eldritch Foundry series. And I've got a Vehicles Workshop episode. That's another series that we've got. And I'll be filming that tomorrow. Well, later today, basically. And that's going to be, I don't know, Landra, is that like a pre-heresy sort of, it's a troop transport. Obviously very Land Raider-esque. But yeah, save. And a 40K transport, in many ways, it's kind of like a larger version of this right here. Where are we at here with this? Are we still, yeah, we'll still stick with that for right now. That's going to be the, I think I sent you pictures of that a while back. Remember the space whoop vehicle I want to do? And GPT, remember it kept insisting on just turning it into a rhino? I mean, it'd be one thing if it turned it from kind of like, okay, a pre-heresy style Land Raider to a, regular Land Raider, but no, this was taking it and basically making it a rhino every single time. And I basically kept saying, that's a rhino, just use my image. And, well, let's put it this way, you're going to hear about it in the video. Yeah, you will be hearing about that in the video. As again, it's an emphasis that GPT sometimes just says it's like, nah. I kind of like this direction, and I think I'm just going to stick with this. You're out of luck. And it's just something. It's part of the game. It's part of the. It's part of the workflow. Yeah, that needed to be a little bit lighter on the inside there. Now let's go over. You know what? I'm gonna get me some thinner on this again. So yeah, I was making up the screens for that, among other things, last night. At least now I can kind of stick that on one of those really gigantic holders from, I almost said More Than Dice. No, it is from Battlecraft Supplies. I mean, I don't remember what it's called or anything like that. Then there's another vehicles workshop that's gonna probably start up really soon too, because well, it's gonna be at least a like 4-parter or something like that. That's the one on that night. Yeah, that's it might almost be like a little back-to-back kind of thing. I'm gonna have to get me some lighter. You know what? I'm just gonna do that and see what happens here. Do it also on this side, maybe. Look at that, it all turns red. That means we gotta get some of the paint off of that brush. Now, see, we can really start doing some of our dry brushy stuff there. Could not have done that just a little bit ago. Letting that paint set is definitely a thing. Because remember, I mean, you have time to mess around with this stuff because it's oils. It's not going to dry in a few seconds or minutes or anything like that. So you can kind of go back. You can manipulate things. Oh, what was this? What was the saying that was? Let's see. We smush. Oh no, we smush. We plop and push something like that because of the green stuff. We're mixing the green stuff on stream. It led to a new slogan for the stream. Okay, all that stuff definitely starting to come together much more. Did I? No, I did not get the lighter stuff on the bottom edge of those landing bays there. Oh, we mix and mush, we plop and push. Thanks, Gamda. Did I not say? Did I not predict that I would forget that over the course of the stream? And I was very successful at that, right, Camda? I do very well at forgetting that stuff. Only rivaled by my ability to forget what day it is. As evidenced by the Happy Thursday. What we all want, what we all need is more Tuesday. That's what we need. More Tuesdays. Almost. Let's rock in a little bit more of that too.
So say we all.
Hey there, surface tension. How you doing? Thank you so much. Here, let's break into this here. Thank you. So surface tension. I actually did a tutorial video based on the image to stl.com website because that has been really uh, I don't know. I think I've made a couple of new little discoveries in that surface tension. I don't know if there's any that you have made and using that. But yeah, that's turned out to be a super helpful kind of thing. So thanks for making that discovery. Because let's put it this way, surface tension, the GPT stuff, it just keeps going in the other direction. Because now it'll barely make the height maps, much less make STL files. Although on the other hand, when I was trying to do some bas relief images, somehow it started asking me if I wanted to have it be like a magazine cover or a magazine spread, and then it started was talking about like movie posters, and then I realized, well, wait a minute, we could do a little like a Wapoville Times, sort of a magazine newsletter, something like that, and that would just kind of cover new developments, like oh, I don't know, the flats. Yeah, surface tension, that has been a game changer right there, because otherwise, there would literally be no flats without that. And again, I think I've found a few things with the settings in there that makes it a little bit more usable, or the STL files more usable that come out of it. I wouldn't be surprised, right, Camda? I would not be surprised. It's kind of like all the cameras I have at Landrast's house. So you have surface tension. You know how we wanted to do the silly Marillion. Well, let GPT do some movie posters of it. Handle that part of it. Now that would explain the noticeable increase in quality. Now I didn't know that they had 4K infrared ones too. That must be a new thing. Technology's always changing, right, Landrast? Let me work in a little bit more of that light right in there too. Yeah, Surface Engine, just shoot me a message on that. Now, it might be the same thing that I'm doing. Actually, Surface Tension, if Patreon had cooperated, you would have had a video to watch on that. So hopefully after the stream I can get that going, and then you can see the video that I did and maybe find out if it's the same kind of tool that I was using. Because there's tools and then there's options or something like that. And this other thing that I found was in the options or something. Well, you got to go big or go home with that kind of stuff, right, Landrast? No halfways. I mean, you certainly wouldn't be bird watching without a good pair of binoculars, right, right, Landrast? Let's keep the more of this white getting down into here on these guys. Oh, what is it? We're 31% to a level 1 hype train. I look up and like, why is there a clock counting down? actually, earlier, again, I'll have to send a message to Hack and Slash or something like that because they sent like this invite to collaborate with them on a stream or something like that. And I'm like, that I only ever tried that one time, and that did not go smoothly. Again, because anytime questions would come in, I would have to basically shout down the other person, and we don't want to be doing that, right? Surface tension. Thank you very much. Appreciates that. Now, surface tension, the one thing it looked like, at least as far as being in the slicer or whatever, it did seem to make a difference between using a height map and not using a height map. Thank you so much, Nganes. Appreciate it. Well, it gets us 43% of a level 1 height train. So much appreciated. And again, everybody please give Nganes a follow. And again, Nganes, congratulations. That was quite a, that's a heck of a simultaneous activity right there. I wonder what this would look like as a flat. Because the thing is, now that would all be, at least the way it's doing things now, all that dark stuff would really recede to the backdrop. I don't know. Well, it would be worth it. I'll ask a recoil maybe to send the original image again or something like that. Or just have recoil make make a file of it. I mean, we could do that too. So again, thank you so much, Inganis. Thank you so much, surface tension. Now, how's about we really chuck in some lighter stuff here into the engine cowlings. I guess Inganis, what was gonna be your next project there for streaming and all that other kind of stuff? Definitely gonna make that lighter. Now we're gonna switch over to this side here. Other thing I gotta see is there a way that I can take that? Oh, that's what I should probably do. Take it, make it like a horizontal format, and then see if we can do an animation of it. Now that would be super fun. An animation of a. Ooh, that's got all kinds of stuff in it there. A hype train animation would be kind of fun. Now this guy, come on, down here. Oh, that's too much. I think we will take some of that away here. Boom. Here. Okay, and I will leave that be. Gonna consult this. I gotta get that other okay. And I might need to. Let's break out our sky blue. We're not changing the value on this. It's really just we need a little more intense blue there. That's it. That is what's missing here. Let's see. That's fantastic there. That's fantastic. And again, surface tension. I don't think you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat. And Gunnis, if you wanted to share your stuff again there, please go ahead and do that. So surface tension and Inganes both have some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Actually, surface tension. That's I was, our wheel of hype trains. I wonder if there's a way for me to animate that, because it would. Well, let's put it this: would be a lot easier than me trying to hang on to a plate with some cookies on it, right? Surface tension. I think that would be a much easier thing to do. Everybody check out that Mastodon link there that's surface tension shared, and go check out the fabulous oil painted miniatures there as well. Check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. Give Inganes a follow, because Inganes will be doing the streaming thing again. You want to make sure you are there when that happens. Yeah, I think that is getting a little bit closer than to what we had before. All right. Now, can we make this a happen here if I do? Ah, there we go. I need that little extra line there. Oh, and surface tension, here's our Wednesday stream figure. So the special Kathy stream. This is that goblin, or sorry, that's the halfling rogue named Mel. Now this is that's what it looked like, just kind of in regular miniature size right there. Who knows, maybe we get to paint both of those. Wouldn't necessarily be surprised if there is enough time to maybe roll through both of those. The programming note is that that's going to be an early start. It has to be, again, because we want to just we want to include Kathy's friends on the East Coast. So it's going to be an early Wednesday stream, at least comparatively early Wednesday. So I made this in Eldritch Foundry there. I was able to obviously get her the pack that she had. That cross was a little bit bigger than the one that she had. It was about half the size of that, but it works. So yeah, I made that one in Eldritch Foundry just the other day. And I've got, 4 now? Yeah, I've got 4 Eldritch Foundry tutorials now on the Patreon page. Actually, that's... no, it's not. Unfortunately, it was... I think it was after I did the Cavalry/Monster video there. I really can't wait until there's more basing bits kind of thing, because that's the area where they said they wanted to grow, was definitely more basing bits kind of stuff, more basing options just in general. Gonna keep rolling with this much lighter material here. Okay, that was a little too much there. I'm just gonna incorporate that all in here instead of having it be that almost like a little bit of an outline. And here's a ship that has kind of a similar configuration to this one. This one is a kind of a fleet repair/recovery ship here. Hence all of these loading docks, landing bays, that sort of stuff. Yeah, let me see if we can't. Okay, that's more like it there. Tighten up some of these guys. Yeah, we are. So yeah, Eldritch is really, really handy for, again, you need a certain sculpt. Of course, surface tension, it would have been really fun to have that during the kind of early days of our Lord of the Rings experience. Because that, especially with the height thing, you could very easily make sure that something is appropriately sized for MESBG, because of the smaller scale, the true scale. And because you can control the size of the arms, fingers, all that kind of stuff, I think you could basically sculpt a true scale sculpt in Eldritch Foundry. I'm not quite sure that you could do that otherwise. It's something that I might experiment with in another tutorial vid, is to say, okay, can we make something like genuinely uh, heroic scale versus true scale, other way around. Wow, look how much lighter that is. Ooh, man. I mean, that's good. That's what I'm looking for, but wow. We really did establish some of those darker tones in there, didn't we? Now to the port side here. Yeah, we'll do that. A little more of this here. I think this is where we need to do a bunch of stuff over the next few minutes. There's, again, by these kind of landing bays and such. These need sharper edges. Here. Also over here. Surface tension. There's a lot of. And actually, I haven't even. Oh, I did mess around with the skeletones. Yes, that was one of their latest things. When I was doing the cavalry video, I just kind of made him a skeleton rider or something like that. Now, of course, the horse itself can't be made into a skeleton type thing. So that's something obviously they'll have to expand into. But sorry, surface. I still haven't. I've got maybe 20% of the stuff in that Dropbox folder. There's a bunch more I want to get in there. Part of the problem is I keep making more and more STLs. I'm kind of glad that I didn't put too many of the original ones in there, because I'm kind of liking these ones made with the STL or image to STL.com site better. And remember I was saying in the last stream I had to blow those things up 1010% and everything. I found that if I in the image to STL thing, if I set it colossally large, like 20 inches or something like that, 24 inches, when it comes into the slicer, it actually, I don't really have to size it up at all. Great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Yeah, Sea Dragon. Just not long ago, I was saying we need to conjure up a Tuesday or 2 or 3 or 12 here. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. And yeah, here's that. Here is the new Kathy miniature, and we'll be trying to make some more character figs. Again, that's a D&D character that she played for a long, long, long time. Oops. I'm going to do this here. Okay. like so. Like that here. Also like so. Now the other thing I need to start experimenting with AI generation-wise is some of these After Effects things. I don't know if you've ever played with those surface tension, like Big Jim Slade, and he was introducing me to those. That is something that I'm also going to have to try and mess around with. And I think those are free, well, at least, on a limited basis. There was one that he showed me that could potentially be really nifty for Book of Wapo for actually having, like, literally the pages open. So there could be some fun stuff down the line here. Let's get some more light up here in this forward section. So everybody check out again. So the Linseed Fellowship channel, that's this one. All of our sessions go here, and in fact, last week's ship is already on the Linseed Fellowship. So go check that out there. That would be this ship right here. That's the Artemis class cruiser. That is already on that channel. And then, of course, oh yeah, our these little guys will be going up there. Basically, first week in November, our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears will make their debut on that channel. And then check out the other channel, because that's where all the Army Showcase videos are going to go. And those are the ones where we've got, the music, the video, the animations, and of course all the armies. That's where those are going to go. We have the White Tree of Gondor with Denethor and the Fountain Court Guard. That's already now posted there. And there will be, I think the next one might actually be Gandalf of all things. Because I wouldn't have to quite set up so much stuff for Gandalf as far as photography goes. Even just the way I filmed things, learned a lot doing the Denethor one. Instead of essentially photographing and filming the miniatures just like I would for an Instagram still post, there's a distinctly different way than I need to do that for the videos. Who knows? There might even be well, I was hoping to do a series on photographing your miniatures. The first episode, and that was our painted backdrops that we did. And if you check out the Instagrams, you will see we are using the first of our painted backdrops for our Battlestar Galactica era ships. Surface tension, that is I'll look at. I don't think they have that. I'm pretty sure that they don't. I want to make sure that they don't before I ask them, to do that. But I'll definitely, if they do not have that function, I'll make sure to let them know their surface tension. Now that obviously the football team that I'm doing, they all need to be so different. But units, like you say, okay, even Song of Ice and Fire, each unit of 12 generally had 4 poses. So it's not like you have to necessarily make 12 different poses, right? You could just have, again, 3 and 4, or 6 poses, 2 a piece, something like that. That would not be a terrible thing. I would not be opposed to that, right? Surface tension. I'm down with that. Let me work in, some of this here. And I think it would be a lot easier to make like a hero well, not necessarily a hero, but more like say a non-com or something like that, right? A sergeant, a captain, instead of a big boss man or something like that. Because those guys typically don't look that much different than the rest of the unit. Yeah, just like you say, some I don't know I don't know, bulk generator would be really the best way to phrase it, but bulk manipulator. That sounds weird, but that's kind of what it would be. Oh well, yeah, musician, right? Musician, banner bearer, sort of a captain type of deal. That's basically every fantasy unit ever, right? Again, still trying to make sure we continue what looks like streaking right now because what is it? 2 hours 41 minutes. So at about 3 hours, that's when we're gonna start really going whole hog on the panel lineage. That might be in the OnlyFans regard, right? Surface tension. Yeah, the slightly different parameters, slightly different audience. I'm guessing there. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. That might have been Landra's stage name in a former career, something like that. I'm not sure. Let's work in a little bit more of that light over here. Now let's get to where's my there you are. There's our Windsor red. Hey there, Caveman's Action. How you doing? Welcome back. So happy Tuesday, Caveman. Here's hoping that your Tuesday is off to a fabulous start. I did. You know what? That should. Well, we gotta get a little more stuff on there so that there we go. Okay, now we got it. So again, I hope that you are doing fantastic there and that all is well. I wonder. Ooh, that might be too light. Yeah, okay. Let's get more of our Windsor red on there, and that might just be as light as we can go there. Ah, that's what they do best, right? Surface tension is just you're content to just kind of keep sleeping, and then the four-legger says, "Nah, I have other plans for you today." I wonder. Yeah, no, we'll still have to go a little lighter than that, I think, afterwards. Yeah, also got to get some mid-tone in some of these places here that kind of only have dark. So what was it yesterday? Was it yesterday? I think yeah, yesterday was able to get back to the house where I did that mural of the Hobbit hole there. What's hilarious is that the person that was painted for, they are now about the size of a hobbit. Maybe a little bit smaller because they're just about to turn 2. And the ancient, decrepit, what was that? The Chihuahua there, with practically no teeth or whatever. That thing somehow managed to grab the stuffed dog, which is about the bigger than the Chihuahua, And they said it must have taken this dog the entire night or whatever to drag this thing little by little to its little lair. And they woke up the next day to see the kid's stuffed dog, the stuffed white dog, laying in, well, Butters, the white chihuahuas. So Caveman's, yeah, we haven't done that here. That I believe that happens here November 3rd or something like that. And of course, we keep hearing things about getting rid of that, and it never gets gotten rid of because reasons. It's getting awful light there. Gotta be careful about that. It's really getting light there. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that like in the first week of November somewhere is when that happens. All right, come on, there we are. A little more light there. No, let me. Nope. Back to the Van Dyke Brown here, and then we'll do that. Okay, there we go. So yeah, and also too, it's places do it at different. Yeah, I think what 1 week ahead, 1 week behind, or something like that, which also helps to increase confusion. There we are. Okay. More of our latest light. And well, actually, we still have our latest light yet to go. We haven't actually gotten the fast map weighed out here yet, so that is still yet to come. So Camda was kind enough to post the origin point of our Galactica style ships. It's Thingiverse, so go to Thingiverse, go check that out. They're free. They're still free, right? Right, Camda. I don't think these got any paid versions of them. And again, this was another one of a kind of a similar configuration. This one is more of a fleet recovery type ship. Last week we painted this one, a much beefier. That is the Artemis class cruiser right there. And next week we will be doing the atomic carrier. Lots of missile bays on that thing. Yep. And this is ship number 9. That's why I need that colossal backdrop there, Camda. Actually, I was just telling those folks that if I want to do the Isengard video with the ring of Isengard included and the tower, I'm going to need to do that in the backyard. It's actually, even the garage itself would be too small. So I think you've all seen I almost said work in progress, the making of image of, Isengard with the ring of Isengard, and it's in this parking lot. I think it was like in a convenience store parking lot or something like that. And they had to erect these, green screen things to put behind it so you couldn't see the parking lot. So Caveman, I actually have a whole bunch of Battlefleet Gothic, actually a whole bunch of Battlefleet Gothic videos, plus all the BFG ships that we painted on stream. I haven't done any, what was that called? Drop Fleet Commander. No, I don't have any of that. I haven't painted any of those on stream. But yeah, if you check out the instas there, you can see again we've obviously we started out with Galactica Actual. There was the I think the biggest one we've done was the Cobalt class assault ship. That was like almost 3 of these, side by side by side. That is a gargantuan ship. That thing weighed a ton. I was thinking that I forget who did Drop Fleet Commander. I know that was, and then there was also Drop Zone, right? Drop Fleet Commander and Drop Zone Commander, whatever. The kind of two systems that work together. I don't remember who made those. I have actually painted some drop, whatever the fleet was. So I must have painted the Drop Fleet Commander ships. And well, what's crazy is as big as Galactica was, which is, I want to say about 5% bigger than the atomic carrier here. Pegasus was about more than twice the size of Galactica. So that's why we don't have it. Well, I don't actually have the Pegasus file, but that's we won't be doing Pegasus here because, well, that is way too big to fit on screen. That is something that if I did do something like that, we would have to we'd have to paint that in a tutorial video instead. Because yeah, that is way too big to fit on stream. So Hawk War Games did that. Thanks, Landrast. Appreciate that. Actually, Landrast, does anybody still really play that at all at the GK by you there? Actually, will you be headed to the GK at all this weekend? Let me throw a little bit more of our light down here as well. Not there. Let's take that away. Now, so surface tension, unfortunately, those are just unprintable. Cam the tried. I think a couple of folks tried to print those. There's just too much lattice work. Okay. Oh, that's, yeah. I keep forgetting about that Landrest. Yep. Actually, Caveman's, I painted a few, some of the OPR Tomb Kings. Yes, I painted some of the OPR Tomb Kings. Oh, yeah, surface tension. You would have been seeing B5 ships already. Oh, yeah, if those were printable, you would have seen them already. But unfortunately, yeah, because even that atomic carrier, just looking at it there's a bunch of the details, they just kind of all fell apart. There was another ship, it was a Raptor tender that kind of has the same sort of lattice work that the B5 ships do. I was thinking I could maybe try that one because if the lattice work just fails, you won't really be able to notice. But with the B5 stuff, you would really, really, really notice. I mean, especially again, let's see if we can drag one of those out here. So yeah, everything up here would just totally fall apart and fail. That whole front section would. And again, well, obviously this would be way too big to try and print out there. Hey there, Denethor. Great to see you. Everybody, please check out a link that Denethor is going to post with all kinds of fabulous sculpted and painted miniatures, right, Denethor? So Denethor, I'll try to send you more pictures of the Lord of the Rings flats because, well, obviously I want to do a Denethor one. What could possibly be the subject of our Denethor one? He wouldn't be doing any kind of hang gliderless hang gliding, would he? So yeah, here is the the first painted one right there. And of course, this is the one that we're going to paint on Halloween. Well, on Thursday, night, Halloween Eve. This is the one we're going to be painting on Halloween Eve. So that should be pretty fun. And again, we've got a whole slew of our basically like Lord of the Rings tarot cards right here. Now, I made a Treebeard one. I made a one for Dol Amroth. I made one for the Shire. Oh, and Rivendell. Yes, I also have Rivendell now. Where are we at with this here? Is this the, no, and not the right brush. That went over here. So again, Denethor, great to see you. Happy Tuesday. Two hours, 55 minutes ago. This whole thing was just primer. There was no paint on the base, no paint on our ship. Well, now that no, it's once we hit 3 hours, that's when we're going to start doing some of our panel lines on our ship here. So yeah, Caveman. Also, I just did a new. Where is it? Ah, here we go. I did a new one of these too. So we have, and this has actually been printed out. Another one of these. And oh, here's our Dern helm. Now that's got a little bit of primer on it right there. So Denethor, what I was saying earlier in the stream, I gotta find some kind of. I have basically a shadow box style frame, but I don't know if it would really work for these. It might be a little bit too ornate. I need something that's kind of halfway between super ornate and just, you know, a regular shadow box. Now, thanks, Caveman. Appreciate that. And of course, I already have made a flat of our. Here it is. We did this a few Thursdays ago. So USS Constitution versus HMS Victory. We already have a flat made of that. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to have for flat. I mean, dozens and dozens of them, really. And of course, the files will be again. I'll be sending to folks on the Patreon page a link to a Dropbox folder. What was our first tutorial? Yeah, here we go. This was our first painting tutorial on one of the flats right here. Again, you can see a little bit of the texture there. We still have one more of those to paint. Where's our sun? Here it is. So we still have to paint summer. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. Again, some fabulous sculpting there, some fabulous painting. Go look at that. Taking my blending brush just to manipulate that a little bit. So have a great stroll with the hound there. Surface tension. Appreciate you being here like always. And now surface tension will be seeing you on your Thursday, because again, that Wednesday stream is gonna, that starts pretty darn early. So don't be surprised when you're like, wait, what? What is going on here? Yeah, we will be streaming. That'll be again Kathy's birthday stream. Let me do this here. Yeah, I need to bring in a little light on that surface there. Whoops, that went a little further here than it was supposed to. We'll just kind of wipe some of that away. Work in there a little bit more of our light along these edges. I'm gonna work it this way. We do that here. Ah, that edge needs to be lighter too. Let's refine. Oh, a whole bunch of edges here. I think that, yeah, oh geez, there's nothing going on here. Oh, these guys way too dark, and then we gotta start going back to that greenish mid-tone here. Let me get more of the, and that's the violet mixed with that green. It's a radiant violet green shade, Camda. Because we don't have enough wild colors that we've made up. Let's make up some more. There we are. Nope, I gotta do the same deal over here too. Yeah, I tried doing stuff in there. There was still too much of the thinner there before. Ah, do the same on this side now. All right. Something right there, and now in here, and then again up here. Well, now I wondered. I guess they must have some things to represent kind of your smaller battlecraft fighter type things. Some stands or something like that. That's something I'll maybe have to do for these ships here, is to find some Viper and Raptor files or something like that, and then kind of shrink them down, make a stand out of them. Gonna work a little bit of the lighter stuff here again onto this cowling. And we'll still get more. Oh, wait a minute. We still gotta get more of our lighter stuff into here too, but we'll be using the fast matte white for that. Ah, that's right. I know. Okay, I never did these down here. All right, and I think it's pretty much. I mean, if it's not safe enough to be able to turn this thing upside down, then that glue is never gonna hold there. Remember, we also did the green stuff in there, so it was glue, green stuff, glue. And the glue kind of, because of the moisture that's in the green stuff, it kind of crystallizes with the glue. And it sort of helps to kind of insta-cure all of the glue and even the green stuff. Now I'll hold it this way here. It's a little easier. Nope, back over here to the blue. And of course, well, working with the oil paints certainly makes all this a whole lot faster and a whole lot easier. And again, the oils are start to finish. There's no zenithal, there's none of that. There's just a dark gray primer basically. And everything else is oils on top of it. And again, there was no paint on this 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 25 seconds ago. The primer is just Badger Stynylrez brushed on, that's it. Now, speaking of brushing on, I think it is safe enough time to maybe do a little dry brush of this on the lower hole here, just to bring out a few things. So usually things like our ships here, potentially by this time tomorrow night, it could be dry. Now, as far as dry, that's something you would want to give it days before you really did heavy duty handling with it, but definitely should at least be able to handle this by this time tomorrow night. Part of it is we're not using a ton of paint for starters. Also, we're using the alkyd oil paints, and those just dry faster naturally. Because last week's ship is definitely dry. That's why we're handling it like this. That is well beyond dry there. Again, that's last week's ship. Let me hit more of that again. A little bit of like dry brushy type stuff there. Let me get maybe a little bit of that here on the. Now look at that. You can see how dark that is. There's still that secondary glazy stuff we put there. That is still trying to set. Like those things there, they had nothing on. They needed to be a little lighter. And of course, ships like this, they're going to be handled a lot since the oils are much more rugged than any acrylic paints are. That is super helpful. So yeah, the Denethor using the again that Steno-Res primer to start out with is pretty handy for a variety of things. And again, it does make a difference in the drying time. Again, if you can't get the Steno-Res in, say, the EU or something like that, MiG Ammo one-shot primer is the same stuff because it's made in the same place. I know, I was there, I saw it sitting on the shelves in the factory. And I said, what in the world is that doing here? It's like, well, what do you mean? We make that? And again, that is the case for a whole lot of products. I think people don't necessarily realize that with the miniatures industry, there's not, 11,000 different places that make paint and all that kind of stuff. There's a few. And basically people will say, can you make this with these maybe changes or specifications? So Caveman's one thing you'll definitely want to do is do the color charts first. I'll show you some of those in a sec here. Just gotta get some more of my light down in this area. So you will definitely want to do some of these right here. Because again, they show a lot of stuff, not just what it looks like, but these are kind of comparison ones. And you can see this dioxazine violet very much stronger than that brand. You have a quinacridone magenta versus an alkyd one that is kind of sort of quinacridone magenta. Again, you can see there are differences to some of these things. And then you can do, and this is not a bad acrylic exercise either. You do something with one light color and one dark color. So yeah, Cammed, people using that nasty, like either the Vallejo primer or the 8K stuff, any of those, the rattle can stuff. Oof. Yeah, that's sometimes that stuff never dries on the rattle can primer because that stuff's just nasty anyway. Nope, Caveman, I use the same exact brushes that I use for the acrylics. I mean, I'm just using craft brushes anyway. The only semi-expensive brush I use is this right here, the short liner brush from Princeton. Everything is just synthetics. I think also too, I guess sable in general is starting to be outlawed in more and more places, so you won't be able to get that stuff eventually anyways, so might as well get used to the synthetic brushes. As far as cleaning the brushes, we do not use thinner. We use this. Oh, and look at that. It also works for acrylic. Also oils. Not hazardous, no vapors. Again, unless you're piling up on the chocolate-covered raisins and the mini wheats, vapors are not something you got to worry about. And then here is again, that's a high-quality odorless thinner. That's the Mona Lisa stuff. And, I mean, well, here, you can see this is what we've been using. That's it. That's how much thinner we have used in the last 3 hours, 10 minutes. And it's like Denethor was talking about there. Okay, you got, say, plastic miniatures, metal miniatures. Those are those are not going to be terribly absorbent. Now this is more absorbent because this is resin, and of course our FDM stuff is hyper absorbent. So, well, actually, here's one of our FDM printed busts. And FDM just really loves the oils. It just soaks that stuff right in. Again, that is one of our FDM printed busts. And again, like Camden was saying, your brushes are going to last way longer with the oil paints because that paint is not getting jammed down into the ferrule and drying in there. Because with the acrylics, the moment that paint hits the brush, it is starting to dry inside the ferrule. And if you're trying to clean that out of there, well, you're kind of beating the heck out of your brush doing that. So maybe just skip all that and just use the oils. Now, I do advise that you maybe don't say, here's like I got a 12,000 point apocalypse size 40K army. I'll just do all oils on that for the very first time. That might be something you want to kind of take a little pass on at first. Maybe later, once you've got the oils a little bit more set in your work process. Right out of the gate, maybe not the best idea. That would just kind of be making things that much more difficult for yourself, and you don't want to do that. It just not gonna be terribly fun, that's for sure. Painting is, for most folks anyway, supposed to be a fun / relaxing activity, not something that causes frustration and anxiety. I had to do that today, Denethor. I thought for sure I'd clean the brushes from the last stream on Saturday, only to go, okay, here it's almost Tuesday, and somehow the brushes from Saturday never got cleaned. Not really a thing that, that's, let's just do that all the time. That's probably not a good plan either. But in a pinch, made sure, fine, we'll lighten that up a little bit there too, I guess. And all the while, this paint is mixing here. Of course, what else is very important? Thick over thin, and vice versa. And that's what we do. We went really, really, really thick to really, really, really thin, then back and forth, such and such. Okay, now it is 3 hours, 13 minutes. We are going to start doing some of those darker panel lineage type thing. Well, actually, I'm going to let that thinner break that stuff down while I do this. Some additional light stuff here. And again, we appreciate all the folks watching. Thanks for tuning in here. So last week's ship that we've been talking about, that Artemis class cruiser, that is featured in a video over on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. I try to have one of our past sessions kind of go live there about every second or third day. Denethor, well, the streams here, I've had to kind of start them later and later and later and later just because of bizarre circumstances. Again, I think today was another one of those days where maybe I got to sleep at 10 in the morning or 10:20 in the morning, something like that. Maybe a little later here. I think overall, somewhere about 7 hours of sleep over the last 3 days. Which is why we've come close to sleep streaming a couple of times on this stream. Let me work this in here. And I believe that is only going to continue to magnify this week. Wouldn't be surprised if it's closer to like almost 10:30, 11 in the morning on Wednesday when I maybe get to sleep. Let me do this here. No, more of it. Gotta do the same on this side then if we're doing that. Yeah, that wasn't really an outline, it's more of a shape there. It's just, well, also too trying to learn all these different elements here. Denethor. Which means, okay, I might be getting to sleep at 10:30 or something like that, but there is a computer in there with me, and I'm like trying to do some more renders or something. Or there's a tutorial on this or that AI generation thing. Or, trying to find a tutorial on Meshi or whatever. Yeah, Denethor, that would certainly be much desired. That would be fabulous. Let me lighten up a little touch on the side. That will win this too. And then some of these guys are getting here. Let me get this. Yeah, Lanny bait. That's down here. Is there any more of those? Nope. Not one back there. No, we shall. I think this is, yeah. See, giving it that little bit of time to set there our indigo and our Mars black. That broke down very nicely. So it's just a little drop or two of thinner. That's all that it takes. Because again, these are all alkyds. And that means they're all setting up really fast out here on the palette. And now we're going to start again. Kind of doing a little bit more of our Aztecing here on some panels. These will restore the regular stuff first and then maybe try to get in some of the smaller panel lines like these. Where's our Artemis class ship? So again, all of this stuff here on the engine cowlings and this over here, that none of that is, there is no texture there. That's all been basically painted in. Yeah, none of that texture actually exists. We're just kind of bringing that in ourselves. Yeah, let's again couple of our panel lines going this way and that way. Come on, another couple over here. There we are. Did we? Yep, we gotta reinforce some of these lines now. Let's do that over here now. Just constantly refining things, sharpening up some edges. And there can only be so much thinner, of course, on the brush because we don't want this stuff turning into pin line wash. That would be that would not be helpful at all. So Denethor, yeah, all of that, well, like all those flats, not just working on Lord of the Rings flats. All right, there's all the Trench Crusade flats. There's my own artwork. There's the Babylon 5 stuff. There's all the music generation and animations for the Army Showcase videos. And I do believe the next one might just be another character one for Gandalf, because that way I just don't need a whole bunch of terrain for that. I could pretty much just get away with the Shire buildings that I have. And some of the Rohan stuff. That would probably be enough to photograph with. Denethor, I don't know if you've had a chance to check out the Denethor video. I think you did. NASA, you were featured in the very first Army Showcase video. How about that? And all of those, it's now pretty much determined that all of those, all that stuff, that was going to be on the regular YouTube channel. Because I want to keep the Linseed Fellowship channel just for things like these videos. Right, these past sessions here. And again, our latest ship before tonight that is featured on that new Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So again, trying to break some of these down into some smaller panel lineage here. Let me see if I can have that going this way now. Yeah, Denethor, it's partially filmed in vertical format because originally I thought it was going to be going up on Instagram until I found out that they're basically too big for Instagram, too long. So they go on, well, Facebook, especially to start out with, and then ultimately on that YouTube channel. And there will be, for most armies, there will probably be multiple videos because between just the army itself and then all the terrain that goes with it, it's going to take more than one video to show it all. The Easterling terrain alone might take 3 videos just to show the Easterling terrain, much less the 2,000 point Easterling army. Yeah, get this in here. Are those turrets up? I don't. Well, I think they were supposed to be. They're not anymore. Because again, that this stuff is. It's not like our 1/1800 scale ships, right? Where Coco's Miles basically made it so that the smallest stuff is not so small that it doesn't print. So we're not doing the battle reports there, Denethor. We'll be doing the live sessions instead because, well, battle reports take way too long to film. Also, they changed all the rules and wiped out most of the armies. So I figured we'll just kind of stick with live streams then because that would be way more fun, Denethor, right? Doing all of the whole campaign using that War of Middle Earth as a strategic kind of AI generator, right? So that'll just kind of decide what some of the fights are. And that really wouldn't work for your kind of more traditional battle reports, but it works well for our live streams, right? So for battle reports, people only want to see kind of tournament type stuff and only the latest and greatest. So that's why I'm just like, okay. And then also too, it would take a good 30 hours or so to create a 1 hour battle report, and that just there is not enough time. But streaming it is a whole different deal, right, Denethor? Because well, we stream anyways. So that is the plan, is to live stream it instead. I still have a table set aside for it right here in this room, and actually another computer that's on like this sort of a raised carousel sort of thing. Well, that's what I'll be doing, Denethor, just like, well, that'll go up on the well, let's see. Yeah, it'll probably just end up on the Linseed Fellowship channel then, since that's basically going to be a live stream here on Twitch. So, yep, that's all part of the plan. We gotta make that darker in there. Oh, gee whiz. Okay, yeah, that's darker, all right. There we are. Because that way we can have a way to do the uneven fights, and also too, if a character dies along the way, then well, you're not going to be seeing them in the next battle because well, they're dead. So there will be real consequences, and not necessarily just say, oh, okay, fine, we'll just take so and so, and if he dies, no big deal because he just comes back for the next game. Now it'll just be me, Denethor. Yeah, it's just going to be me, and that's why the live streaming would be important because that way the chat can basically kind of do things like, all right, here, chat decides. Denethor has 1 point of might left. Is he going to spend it on a heroic move? Is he going to hang on to that 1 point of might? Is he going to expend that, or is he going to save that? And then that would be something that the chat maybe decides. Also, too, the chat would be able to, shall we say, purchase rerolls for said Denethor or Denethor's opponents. Either way. Where are we at here with this? We're just going to use this stuff over here. Yeah. So that is ultimately one of the reasons why all of the terrain is being done. And essentially every single environment of Middle Earth. Now there might also be a copy of the I almost said Hail Caesar, no, Victory at Sea from Warlord Games. That might be heading this way. So Cam, I'm not sure if you ever saw the bolt action battle reports there. Again, well, that was just me versus me, right? Yeah, Denethor, I figured that could be kind of a fun thing. Oh yeah, Zorpazorp. He used to do this thing at a little small table by right actually by his painting area, and he would paint up a miniature, and then that miniature would be featured in a quick little battle. And again, the chat kind of he would say, all right, chat decides. How is he going to use his heroic strike, or is he just going to again hang on to that point of might or whatever? So I figure, yeah, that could be very fun for one and all. Again, I first got the idea years ago with Kathy's friends. They would be doing their D&D sessions on stream, and people could buy helps and hinders, so they could help the party or they could hinder the party. Essentially, they were buying either rerolls for the GM or rerolls for the party. I mean, it's certainly way easier to schedule, right, Denethor? Because I mean, what is the hardest thing to do with anything, whether it's D&D or just playing just regular, your tabletop type stuff, is getting folks in the same room at the same time, right? So here we wouldn't have to worry about that. Also, too, there's really nobody that I could play anyways. That also complicates things, which makes that other opponent, namely me, much easier to make things happen. So yeah, you would have some folks that would be buying re-rolls for the party, and then you'd have other people that were buying essentially again hinders to the party, and it just was usually something in jest where somebody would again purchase a hinder to the party, essentially targeting one of the people in the party that they just wanted to have some fun with. And wasn't meant to be anything personal. It was just kind of a fun thing. Actually, Camda, one of the things people said, especially with the bolt action battle reports, is nothing would ever happen because when you roll nothing but ones, maybe some twos every so often, what's going to happen? Nothing's going to get blown up. Nothing's going to ever advance. So the game might just last forever because nothing's getting killed. Denethor, that is why that TARDIS is still under development. It's a super secret project meant to unite all of Wappleville in a physical presence. Let me try to lighten up you a little bit under there. No, we gotta do that over here then. If we're doing that way over there in a even more of a shadow-ish type area, better do that over here too. Perhaps a little more light over here on these panels too. Also, these turrets here. There. Let me see what happens on the other side. What do we got? Gotta do the same deal. Same deal on this side here. Giving that more of a greenish tinge because of, well, our, in general, that darker turquoise is our de facto sky color. And now we're, what, 3 hours, 35 minutes into. Again, this is one of those kind of a fleet recovery type ships here. And I think the atomic carrier is still on his site, but I think this is one of those that's not around anymore. I could be wrong, but right, Camden, there was a whole big batch of them that just, well, aren't around anymore. Again, still a bit of a greenish tinge to this here. There's these couple of turrets up here. Let me just get a little something lighter on those. Trying this again here. Anything else? Yeah, let's do that one now. More light on this thing here. Yeah, this here. Let's get a couple more lights on these panels, lines. Like that over here. Another one there. I'll go. I see. I see what I gotta do with these things. With the blue there, I will take the sky blue. I want, oh, that's it. That's what would work. There's a little bit of this main, or we have it anyways, somewhere in here. Well, okay, fine. I'll just use the Marion Street's gonna be easier to reach. I'll just squeeze some of that out here. That's what we'll use to kind of fill in a few things here on the engine cowlings. Which I swear is just manganese blue hue, but according to the pigment numbers, it is not manganese blue hue. So it looks an awful lot like it, that's for sure. We're breaking that down. And that might even go up here a little bit. Turn you over. So that's furnishing a little bit extra intensity. Not so much making it darker, it's just about the extra intensity. Yep, armored. I mean, that is just as the thing, right? Basically, within 24 hours of the end of the convention, all the stuff arrives. And I mean, yes, there's the oh yeah, okay, save it for next year. Like seriously. Yeah, wouldn't advise anybody within a 10,000-mile radius saying that. So this is all Battlestar Galactica stuff here, Denethor, hence the So Say We All. Actually, I've got, we will be doing an army showcase video on our Galactica ships. I have at least two versions. Actually, technically, I've got three good versions of a song that we'll be using for said video. Again, our first ship was Galactica Actual, and you can see this one, this atomic carrier, kind of it sort of resembles Battlestar Galactica. It's not quite the same ship. They're definitely different. See you later there, Arid. Everybody, please give Arid Wife a follow. So, Arid, why don't you share your Pinterest link one more time? And you'll be doing, was it going to be more beating than on stream, Arid, then? Their next stream there? Yeah, and everybody, please give Arid Wife a follow. And I hope you have a good night's sleep there, Arid, and hopefully things can kind of continue down the more boring path, right? Boring is better. Boring is ideal. Interesting and insane is not ideal. It is suboptimal. I'm going to do a little mixing of the white and of our sky blue here. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Iridican Wife just shared, and then everybody please give Iridican Wife a follow. "7 p.m. Pacific time should be the Friday stream time. Yeah, Denethor, and now this is the one that obviously aired in the early 2000s. Also, too, maybe after you've seen that, you might want to check out another. It's called Caprica. Now, sadly, because it aired years and years ago, if that had aired any time in the last 2 years, it would have been wildly more popular. I was just talking to some folks yesterday, and they agree the same thing. That if you air Caprica in this era, it would have been massively popular. Because again, AI stuff back in say 2012 was still pretty much just kind of sci-fi stuff, not a everyday using tool kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a bummer that didn't come out quite at the right time. And it was one of those where they never were sure if they were going to get canceled the next season or get 2 more seasons or no more seasons. So some things they kind of went really fast on, and other things were much slower. But that's always kind of been a fave of mine. And of course, the Battlestar Galactica board game is my favorite board game, in which I am not allowed to play Tom Zarek. I think there's actually 1 or 2 other characters they don't let me play because they are just too well suited to abilities that I seem to have. I think there's also a few standalone kind of movie type things, whether they're prequels or something. There's also a few of those, like Razor, I know is one of them. Yeah, some of that in here. Now, let's see. Okay, so we're 3 hours 44 minutes in. I think we can maybe think about bringing in our our fast mat white as well. So just put in the really, 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 really latest lights. Let me see what we can do on the edge. Oof, okay, that got a little too thick right there. Don't want that. Ah, there's more of these little guys that never got any light whatsoever. All the way back in there. What else is happening with these guys? Yeah, let me try to lighten these up too here. I was just looking at the other ship. These highlights here were pretty light. I think we gotta first, yeah, let's restructure these guys. Let's get some dark going here. Like this. And then we'll hit that with the lighter light underneath it. Yep, I gotta do the same over. Yeah, I think pretty similar thing over here. Yeah, that's probably better. Sharpen up these guys some more. More panel lights. Whoops. Not quite like that. Look at that. It's like we got ourselves an eraser. Super fabulous. And then some more of our fabulous panel lines there. Let me see what we've got happen along here. That's more panel lines down here. Oh, and let's also see if we cannot arrange a little more. Ooh, here. That's going to be too late. We'll take some of our indigo, tone that down. See here, there's still some of our that glaze that we put on there after the, let's see, after we attach the ship. So we're talking probably, that was maybe a half hour in-ish. So that'll be somewhere around 3 hours ago, maybe 3 hours, 5 minutes ago or so. And there's still some parts where that glaze is a little too washy yet to do a whole lot of any kind of detailed stuff or lighter stuff. Where are we at? Okay, you can see this. Yeah, all these edges now definitely look more like something. That was kind of looking like a whole bunch of nothing there. Can't go too light with that though. Let's try this one more time. Let me take some of this. Toss that. We'll just come back with our dark and cut those. It would be easier to do that instead of trying to paint around it. We'll just paint through it instead. Like that. And again, you can see that's not dry, but I can basically touch that. I mean, I was still painting this 3 hours, 10, 15 minutes ago or so. And that's the difference between, kind of dry enough to touch and then dry enough to actually, I don't know, say, put some of your anti-shine varnish stuff on there. That's a whole different story. Those are two separate things. Okay, so we do have that kind of scorching on the. Let me do some of this. I'm gonna mix a little more of the phthalo green into this here. Oh, that's right, the phthalo green violet shade, Camda. That's what we're missing, phthalo green violet shade. We're gonna get that in there now. Just joking around about that because there's phthalo green blue shade and there's phthalo green yellow shade. Now we've got phthalo green violet shade. Hey there, Mike. How you doing? Everybody, please give Art of Mike Disney a follow. So, Mike, the miniature is looking fabulous, and I know you just finished your stream there, but if you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead. And actually, and if Hackin/Minis wants to share some stuff in chat also, sorry there, Hackin/. I saw this thing pop up at the top of the screen. I'm like, what the heck is that? I'd never seen it before. So I didn't know what that was there, Hackin/. So sorry about that. I was going to shoot you a message after the stream. So, again, everybody please give Mike Disney a follow. And again, I don't know if you saw these. So, for part of Kathy's birthday week, we were painting the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Here's our Gandalf bear right there, looking kind of frosted up there. And then here's our Gimli bear, like so. Now, we're doing a special stream on Wednesday. That's Kathy's birthday. And we made these in Eldritch Foundry. So this is a D&D character. This is Mel. It was a halfling rogue that Kathy played for years and years. We'll be painting this for sure, this bigger one on stream. Who knows, maybe we get to the smaller one as well. So I can try to get you the those STL files there, Mike, so you can print those out. And of course, we have continued to work on our flats. This is what we're going to paint on Thursday. So that's your Army of the Dead right there. So we'll paint up that flat on Thursday. And then on Halloween itself, I do have this this Sauron figure. I was kind of hoping to paint that. So again, we're getting some of this kind of as we call it, phthalo green violet shade here, because again, that's kind of reflecting some of this. So yeah, Mike, that Eldritch Foundry thing is really nifty because, well, I can now make as many of those type of figures as I want. So instead of just, again, as much as we appreciate Dark Sword and Reaper and such for doing the original Kathy miniature here, we need to be able to get some more poses and some more archetypes, as they might say. And that'll give us all kinds of fun new things to try to paint. Again, courtesy of Eldritch Foundry. What do I have? 4 Eldritch Foundry tutorial vids on the Patreon page now. Total number of tutorial vids that they had prior to that was basically 0. Let me work in this 2 here. Okay, a little bit more there. get me a little more of the violet into my phthalo gray. So it's kind of creating this almost like a bluish gray type of a deal here. Yeah, that's a real different color there now. And it's almost, again, looking like we have a somewhat of a reflective light coming up here from underneath the ship. Thanks, Art. Like this, appreciate that. Believe it or not, this is the 9th Galactica ship. Here's another one that's kind of a similar configuration. This one is sort of a fleet recovery type ship right here. Yes, some more tasty medicine, right, Mike? It does. It's good for the voice after a very long stream. Let me work in some of that here. Oh yeah, back here too. That needs a little bit of some kind of lighter grayish type of something there. Yeah, here, let me work some of this in now. Yep. Again, that's starting to shift more towards the violet and off of the green. And that kind of helps to emphasize a little more some of the Aztecing here. Where's our Artemis? So all of the stuff that you see on those cowlings and also up here, none of that is part of the, that's flat. That is as smooth as this base was. There was no texture there that was sculpted in. That's all painted in. And that's what we've been doing on all of our Galactica ships for the most part. Hit that a little more too. So glad that you're able to do streaming again there, Mike. And hopefully, now I don't know if you do the drawing streams and such. I know sometimes a little change of pace. You've got the games going on sometimes there. Well, be careful there, not too much thinner with that. Yeah, working on the ventral side of the ship here some more. We've certainly done tons of stuff on the dorsal section. There we are. Now that's fantastic. That's fantastic, Mike. It's getting to be time for Christmas ornaments here. And I wonder if we'll renew the tradition of Thanksgiving by painting Arda. Now here's again some of our favorite ornaments that we painted. Some of them last year and such. Where are they at? Here we go. So there's our Mars ornament. Oh, look at that. There's Moon. There's Earth. There's Jupiter. And oh, there's best planet right there. That is Pluto. Best of them all. Kind of like Kamul is the best wraith of all. And of course, Imrahil, the best prince of all. More of that, again, kind of grayish green. So, oh yeah, we need a little more of that right over there, and then there too. Yeah, Mike, you want to share stuffs in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. Fine. Okay, look, we're holding this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule, wouldn't you say? None of that nonsense. That is... Okay, I will retreat here to some of our... not radiant violet. Because we got these little doodads in here in this inset. More little doodads over there. Another inset. And of course, at some point, we will get back to our World War II era ships. What was the latest one we did? That would be the H-Class series here with the sculpted water and the very unusual Dazzle camo. Chuck a little bit of that grayish green into... There we have kind of already introduced some of that over here. Alright, so now we got that green on the more the underside. I might try to do a little bit of the lighter red here. Man, might have got a little too much of the orange in there. So we'll retreat away from that a little. That should have a little bit more of the Naphthol red slash Fanchon red in it. Unless we need to go the other direction and go darker. But I think up here, yeah, we needed to do that. There we go. That's what we needed. Let's refresh this brush over here. And we'll do the same thing on these little parts of our red marking. There we go. Alright, that's good enough. And now we have crossed over into the 4-hour mark here. 4 hours, 3 minutes, 28 seconds ago. How much paint was there on this? That would be 0, none, not a zilch. There was just a little bit of brush on, primer. Speaking of our grit, where'd that go? Ah, here it is. So just mixed some of this here with the black primer. Back to our violet again, looking again to have a color here. It's not just some dead gray. Look at, there's greens, turquoise, violets, all kinds of stuff going on in here. None of which is just a flat dead gray. Now, we'll never, ever, ever forget, and of course, all done by big acrylic there. I think it was Vallejo or something. They had a set of 10 grays. Yeah. It was something like 55 bucks, and that was years ago. So that thing now would probably be $70 worth of just gray paints. And it was not like this, where, oh yeah, there was a warm grays, cool grays, pinkish grays, whatever. No. They just took white and they took black and they made 10 colors out of it. So-called colors. And then said, yeah, that's 50, 60 bucks worth right there. Sure thing. That was a serious no bueno there. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page, also the YouTube channel. Appreciate that. I mean, if you're just going to get something like that, you literally could take your white paint and your black paint and just mix it yourself and save a whole bunch of dineros and maybe get actual colors that you would serve you a lot better for many other things. Yeah, that was a little bit shocking to see. Got working in some of this violet over here. Get some of that up on the top section there. A little bit more back here too. Where's my basically greenish gray here? It's like I need to make a little finger triangle here. I was looking around for my one finger. Somehow lost track of it. Yeah, normally I don't do the glove thing, but I'm trying to keep paint from getting on a bunch of other stuff. If I could use the holders on these, I would, but the holders just don't work for this. It's far too gigantic for the regular holder. And the hot glue just doesn't really stick. Seems to do real well with the FDM stuff, but not so much with this. Throw some of that up here, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, we need a little bit of that lighter gray over there. Ooh, and some here too. I'm pretty sure we did. I'm gonna look at this guy again. Not as light as I thought in there. Okay, so maybe we won't fool around too much with this getting a little lighter here. They're not landing bays. These are engine cowlings here. I believe these would be your landing bays over there. Not back here. Not the engines. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to take. Was some of this. Start breaking this down a little bit here. Okay, some of our Van Dyke brought a little bit of the yellow in there. I know I did this on the other one too. It's a tiny bit of a color change there. Maybe lighten it up a little bit more here. Yeah, grab more of that yellow mix. That's some of our initial lighter yellowish gray. I don't know how much of it will get down there. It was, especially this top cowling seemed like it should get some of this. A little more of that. So see you later there, Camda. Thank you so much for being here. Camda, if you wanted to post your stuff one more time there, please go ahead and do that. And well, we'll see you on your Thursday there, Camda. Come on, nah, let's pull that a little too far. We're gonna get rid of some of you with our micro blending brush there. Everybody check out that Instagram link, and also give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints with the oils too. So a little bit more right in there, and same deal all the way here. Like so. Okay, now we're starting to see the engine coming. Before it was just all literally just a batch of the Van Dyke brown, maybe mixed with a little bit of the Mars black. Yeah, now that has a little bit more of a scorched look to it there. And now for the finale, let us get our fast matte white out here. It doesn't need to be much. These will be for certain really, really bright, intense highlights here. Start breaking this down. Some center here, and not a ton. Break that down, and again, just maybe here on the engine cowlings. That really does make that a whole lot lighter. Let's feed you down into the engine cowling there. Do that on this side here. Oh, gotta make sure I got the right white there. Good to go on that. Oh, let's not forget their little stars is down here. The ones with their little lens flares going on. And maybe a couple other larger ones. Oh, that's going to be too much. Take some of that paint off of there. Because this is where we did our Battlestar Galactica routine over there. Again, we're just going to find ourselves some lighter kind of secondary stars here too. I think this is the particular liner brush. It's nearing the end of its frontline service days. That just kind of happens with the liner brushes. Enough streams, enough painting videos really takes a whole lot out of them. We're not going to just chuck them in the garbage. What we'll do is we will use them for things like some really controlled pinline washes and such, because it does real well with those. Again, for doing super detail freehand or something, probably not so much. Again, there we are. Now over here, some of that. Yeah, we'll get here right along these the edges that face upwards, couple maybe on the tip of that engine cowling there, and maybe these guys a little bit later. And then up towards the bow. I think we should probably get that later too in a sec. Let me try. Yep, that darker stuff went right over the top of that. Kind of took away our later edge. All right, here we go. It's for the lighter stuff up here. Top edge of that. More light up here. Bingo. Let's do that too. Yep. Let me try some of this up here. Lighter stuff up there now. Oh yeah, down in here. This stuff, not quite sure what that is meant to be. Let's try this side now with some of our latest lights here. Yep, some of these edges really do need. Oh yeah, these guys too. Here, let's get these. That turret never got any of the lighter stuff on it. And now all these edges do start looking a lot sharper here. All that. Some more. Yeah, let's get this light over in here too. And good to go there. You know what? Let's do this outer edge. Haven't really done anything on that. Let me try to just capture a little bit of light here on these couple of turrets right here. Try to get a little something on those barrels. Come on. If only, because in some of the photos you can at least vaguely see some of this underside stuff here. Especially this far forward. Other turret there, yeah, there is another one over there. That takes care of that. And chuck this into here now. another bit of light, or really lightest light over here. Yeah, we got it now. Ooh, this one here. And just kind of working with this little bit of our uh, fast matte white, which is just, it's got a little more intensity to it than, say, the white from Paul Rubens. Now the Paul Rubens white is handy because we can do much more of our work with that, and then we can kind of save the fast matte white more for these kind of finished effects here, these last few things. In addition to the regular sets of the Paul Rubens, you can get, now you don't want to get the zinc white version. You want to get this version, but you can get 3 tubes at a time. And I think there could be as little as $8 or $9, which is a big deal because that's 150, right? Because these are 50 mil tubes. I don't think they're 55s; they're 50s. They are 50. So yeah, that's it's 150 milliliters there for less than $10. And remember, when you're mixing alkyds in with, say, regular oil paints, those will dry faster. I mean, if you use, I think that's another reason why people's miniatures can take so long to dry. There's a lot of other reasons, but even just the simple fact that my white is a quick drying white, and if it mixes into all these different colors, guess what? To varying degrees, they're going to dry faster. And normally, okay, what are your lightest colors? They're going to have the most weight in them. So the colors that potentially would be the longest drying, now not so much. Sometimes those are like some of the fastest drying. You can kind of turn that whole drying timeline on its head in your favor, sorta. Kind of flip the script on the whole white being super slow drying there. Reds are another notoriously slow drying color. Violets, especially Egyptian violet. Indian yellow is another color that can, well, be a little bit tardy when it comes to drying. It will not be not gonna take a little bit of time. It's gonna take a bit of time. So we got one more programming note here. We will be on the Wednesday night stream, which will start earlier. We will be doing at least this Kathy miniature there, Kathy as Mel, or her D&D character. I no idea really what colors might be employed. Maybe we do a little photo of that. We go into GPTs and we say, well, let's see what it looks like this. Let's see what it looks like this. That's a really good way to figure out whether it's a competition thing like a bust or whatever. Why not take it into there first, use it like a sketching medium? And, oh, yeah, gotta do the same thing over here. No, I don't think we. No, we didn't end up messing up too much stuff there. But I do think now that it is almost 4:30 in the morning, and we've been doing this about 4.5 hours. I think it's time to say thank you to Armored Wolf for doing those moderations. Thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids, because we had those too. And normally I would say, hey, we'll see you again on Thursday when we're going to be painting this here. But instead, it'll be Wednesday when we're painting this here. So see you later there, Mike. Again, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that and glad that things are going as well as possible. So see you later there, Nganes, and then and good luck streaming. And congrats again, Nganes, on all three. I mean, one of those is momentous, two is holy smokes, and three is oh wow. With other, probably more stronger metaphors than that, right, Nganes? So thank you so much. I'm going to get our raid count on us started here. So here we have yet another member of the Colonial Fleet. Ship number 9. Holy smokes. They just keep, where are they getting all these ships from? So thank you so much, and I'll see you later, Mike.